All right. I mean, all right. Right? Yes? No? Oh my gosh. So here we are on the stream. You can't see me yet, and my voice is very low compared to the music because I am getting set up. If you would like to hang out, I wouldn't blame you. Things are pretty chill here. So yeah, I'll see y'all in just a second. BRB. Well. Hello. Hello again. You know? Hello again. Here we are at the beautiful Mount Rushmore. And we're hanging out with the Prezes. Why are you? You better go back to 720. Don't give me away, all right? My production quality is not 100%, but it's gosh darn better than nothing, all right? Don't come at me with this stuff. MAGA. Is that the browser window? Hilarious. Hilarious. We're gonna keep the browser window off for now. Alright, well. You know what? Now's as good a time to start as any, right? Let's get its to goins, alright? So, here's my intro. Welcome. What's up? Hey, I'm Goose. Hi. On this channel, we talk about stuff like America. We talk about stuff, and we express our opinion on things, and I welcome all points of view in terms of people coming into my chat and having a good time. I'm all about it. And I mean, the hating really only gives me engagement, so I welcome it. So, unfortunately, though, just due to spam, you know, I had to limit the chat in the vertical mode to subscribers only. I would recommend that you just maybe go to the channel and watch the stream normally. If you just want to chat willy-nilly, there is no subscriber mode limit over there. Just to combat spam. It's a lot easier for people in the shorts feed to just go right through and then type whatever they want to people that they dislike. So I've encountered that a little too often lately. So what we're going to do is we're just going to limit it just a tiny little bit. But I do still appreciate all my friends in the shorts space. I call them short kings. I don't know why that seems to piss them off so much. But you know, I can't be held accountable for that. Just typing in shorts feed in the windows in the appropriate places. We did it. All right. Well, if you've never been here before, Mondays and Tuesdays are a mix of typically either political and or religious commentary. Just like, I mean, you've seen me before. You've seen my sort before. You've seen my type of channel before. You've seen filthy leftist atheists like me before. There's really very little difference here. I tend to have a bit more of a blue-collar framing on things simply because I'm not you know, college educated. I'm not a politician, nor am I a public speaker. So I kind of, if there's any kind of insight I can offer in terms of just being Joe Everyman, don't know why I used my don't know why I didn't use my real name, because my TJ is if you don't know me in real life, which most of you don't, my name is TJ. That's all. It's not a dox. It's all over my social media. So, it is, you know, it is a very Christian name. I believe there was a Saint Thomas, if I remember correctly, IFIAK. If I, as far as I know, that's right. See, that's the level of bleeding edge intelligence you can come to expect from this channel. Anywho, to reiterate, we do mostly like political and religious content on Mondays and Tuesdays, and on Wednesdays and Thursdays it tends to be some whatever game I'm playing at the time. You know, just because of current events lately, it's been more of a priority of mine to comment on political and religious stuff. It's just every time something pops up, it's something that I tend to know a little bit about, so I'm gonna cover it. And that's just kind of where we've been. And I only recently, so last week we did Wednesday and Thursday. I think we're both tarot days, or at least one day was a religion day, the other day was tarot day. Just because I found all these channels on my feed that were randomly popping up, just because I do tarot myself on YouTube. The channels that were popping up on my feed were all like, oh, tarot's real, like trying to prove that people actually could, you know, be scammed legitimately. And so, I mean, I've just been kind of on a tear, on a rampage, if you will, trying to combat a lot of that disinformation. So it's been video game light lately, which, I mean, that's fine. As long as this content is entertaining to me, that's really all that matters. So that's why we're here. Today, specifically, if you didn't notice my extremely patriotic background, today we're presenting the question, which is more evil, Christianity or MAGA? Now, quick disclaimer. I know that the Venn diagram of Christian and MAGA overlap quite a bit. It's almost a full circle, but there are some differences. And I think that we can totally address those differences. But what I would like to do, first of all, is to create a list of things that MAGA and America First and Christianity both have in common. Okay? And I think, you know, that can kind of come in sections as we go, as we react to videos, but it helps me to have something that is sort of like right there, able to be looked at a moment's glance. And so we'll do that, you know, we'll do that. Why not? Properties. Let's see. You may not be able to see this as I'm typing it out because it is not in the foreground, nor is it visible. But just give me a second. Common shared traits. There is a leader above all, right? Hang on. I guess I'll put this in a place so that you can watch as I'm typing it, just so that it's not like just here being boring. Here we go. Boop. Make it real small. Zip. Zip. All right. So here are some of the common shared traits between MAGA and Gaga. I'm kidding, not Gaga. Zero accountability. So God cannot be held accountable, nor can Trump, apparently. They both want Christianity to take over. What else? What else? Oh, they use the Bible to justify murdering of innocents. Let's just say atrocities. They both use the Bible to justify atrocities. What else? I think, so this is good for now. So we'll keep this up here in the corner. People on vertical don't necessarily get to see it, but it is here. Maybe what we'll do is I'll turn this on. Bada bing, bada boom. Where is it? It's not here. Oh no. You bastard. I have to add a... Nope, that's... Nope. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Oh, no. Oh, well, sorry, vertical guys. Sorry, vertical users. You're shit out of luck for a moment. You get to look at a black screen. Enjoy. There you go. Sorry about that. It is hot. It goes from, like, 30 degrees in the morning to, like, 60 degrees in my office. At a mow. At a Mo's notice. So let's add a source and then add an existing source. Sorry, vertical people. I gotta put this in there. Otherwise, you will never be able to see it. Waiting from OBS. Shablam. Nope, I added it under. Oh my god, those. Hang on, I got it. This thing takes a long time just because it connects to Stream Elements. Like, it has to talk to the website Stream Elements. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. So I can see already that putting the chat in subscribers mode only has definitely reduced the spam. It has also taken all the viewers away. You know, people just want to come in and say whatever they want. You know, apparently that's a thing. I used to do that too. So, not that weird. Awaiting. There we go. Okay. So as you can also see, these are kind of similar to the traits of a cult. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe there's, you know, maybe a bit of overlap there too. You know, maybe. Who am I? I don't know. I don't know. Who could it be? Could it be that the call's coming from inside the house? Who knows? Let's get started. Let's get it started. It's 2000 late probably to be saying let's get it started. It ain't my fault that that I was born in the era of the Black Eyed Peas. You know, I guess it is kind of my fault for just being born, you know, because that's what happens when you're born, you know, into a world. Right? I know that was nonsense. I'm trying to stall as I'm... Yes, Skippy. Unfortunately, we're getting too many Nazis in here. Too many moderation actions that had to automatically take place for me to allow for just spammage. Plus, I need subbies, man. You know? I need them subbies. It's important. It's how you build a community. All right, let's take a look at the first video. So I'm going to alternate here. I'm going to do a video, God has blessed us to live in the time of WoW Classic. Yeah, apparently. We're going to take a look at America First video, and then we're going to take a look at a Christian nationalist video. And we're gonna just kind of compare the two. We're gonna go, you know, as the normal format goes for reaction videos. I have not pre-watched these. Unfortunately, I have not had the time to do so. I wish I did, but oftentimes that is not in the cards. And as a person with a job and a wife and all that kind of stuff, I gotta prioritize my stuff, you know. Prioritize being the man, Being the man. Being the man. Being the man. Being one of the men of the man race. Nothing I'm saying makes sense. It's being of the man. You know? You guys have heard that, right? Being of the man?
Italy tomorrow, I'd be fucking fighting for America, no questions asked. It is what it is, right? I got family in Italy. I lived in Italy. I love the country. I culturally fucking associate myself with it.
Being a New York Italian does not make you Italian.
In the customs, and it's on both sides of my family. I mentioned...
Again, being related to Italians does not make you Italian. Steeping yourself in the culture and living in Italy, you know, like being from Italy, having yourself raised culturally, you know, in the Italian tradition, knowing Italian, I'm gonna say probably only Italian this man knows is Baffanculo, right? Oh, Baffanculo!
Obviously,
You've all seen Godfather, right?
Like half Irish too. I never really identify with that side. No offense, but like...
Oh. Okay. So you pick whichever nationality you descend from, depending on what's cool or what's trendy or what makes you feel more powerful. What is the that was in the 1900s. Was the Italians against the Irish? It hasn't been like that for a while.
That's what it is.
I don't know.
And so when you see people that wouldn't be like that, I do have an issue with that.
Oh. All right. So I don't know. Let's take like these Jersey bros for what we know, right? Quick to anger, right? Somewhat intempered, a little bit off the handle flying sometimes, perhaps. I don't know, it feels like this person is saying that they would like to beat up people who wouldn't go to war for their country. I don't mean to infer, I don't want to just be uneducated about this, but I love this comment here that has the guy on the wheelchair, or the guy on the rascal. America! I'm gonna fight for my country. Jesus. Sorry. We have to alternate. There's a lot of these by this one person. Should I entertain that, or should I just... I remember something about, you know, poverty being in the Bible, right? Not necessarily poverty, but like, aren't you not supposed to benefit from the church? Like, aren't you supposed to like not make money from the Bible? Isn't that why like people give the Bible away? I think people charge for like fancy copies of the Bible. Like if you have a gilded with like a leather, you know, covering and all this kind of stuff, then yeah, I think people would charge for that because that's expensive to make. And it really is just a book. But I think I remember something that Christians tend to say about not prospering from, you know, God's teachings. Like I think that's like a very specific thing. I think Jesus says that, in fact. So if you want to old covenant me on this matter, then I think it would fall flat. But I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to benefit from God's message, being a Christian. I don't even think that's a worthy cross, is it? Like, isn't it too much like an equal-sided cross? Like that would be. So, the channel is Footage Cop Camera. With an AI image, I'm assuming that is. Patriotic Christian Faith t-shirt. I mean, separation of church and state notwithstanding, it's still a bit of a red flag. But now we're looking at this cross that has been so ill-designed. Make one for Charlie Kirk. It is so sad that... Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. I shouldn't be reading the comments. This is harmful to my train of thought. And then we have this like cross that looks remarkably bad. In that it doesn't really look like a cross. Now, not even this one really looks like that good of a cross. And I love how they're probably doing the imprints themselves. And I love how they didn't do the actual press imprint here. Like they just like peeled it off as if they were revealing it for the first time. But you got to check for flaws and you have to make sure that it's like consistent. So they would have pulled it off already. It's just dramatics. Stand for the flag, kneel for the cross. I mean, you can do either of those things, and I wouldn't say that either of those constitutes necessarily Christian nationalism, but mixing them, I think, would be the problem for most people.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to tell everybody thank you so much for all of the follow.
Now, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this is cult behavior. Is it not cult behavior? Just a villain. Oh wait, I have some National Socialistic tendencies, but that doesn't mean I'm a monster, just a villain. I mean, if you hate Jewish people for the sake of just being Jewish people and you lump them all together, then I would say that that makes you a monster. Pretty like locked in there, you know? It's pretty monstrous to just assume that all of one people are exactly the same. So, I mean, if those are your National Socialistic tendencies, then, you know, we're at odds on that one. But, you know, doesn't it feel like cultish behavior to have this whole, like being fully adorned in American flags and Trump gear and all this kind of stuff? Like, I was going to wear an American flag hat and, like, my Eagle t-shirt today to celebrate our entrance into World War III, but it felt ridiculous to put those things on, you know, just for the sake of making a point. Maybe that means I can't commit to the bit. Maybe that's all that means. But it is incredibly uncomfortable in my office right now. What was it? What were you saying? Nope, just Zionist. Well, so then it seems like you have a problem with the Israeli government. And not necessarily... because those are the people that are pushing this Zionist agenda and the resettlement. It's not really just people of the Jewish faith, right? There are just people of the Jewish faith who are trying to live normal lives and, you know, not be threatened with a revisitation of Nazi Germany. I think they have a right to that, you know? Are you assuming that all us nationalist socialists are the same? Yes, all Nazis are the same. They are not a protected group of people, nor are they a minority. They are the minority globally, but there are a lot of racists. And if the figures are correct with what conservatives always seem to point to, that it is half the country that wants the current administration to be in power, then you could also argue that half the country is made of Nazis. If you support one policy, you support them all. So, also, you can't be bigoted against a group that is not historically marginalized. And the Nazis were in power when they did the Holocaust. And neither do they deserve any kind of consideration because they are not marginalized. Usually made up of people in power or people who are the historical oppressors. Typically white Christians. So you see how the title is really just kind of clickbait? And both of these options are equally evil? Why is there's a goddamn blister. You know how, like, when you have a blister and all the liquid comes out of it and it's like, I don't know. Black, not Z, are acceptable? I mean, there are members of all races, of all different groups that are, you know, that can be horrendous. And that doesn't necessarily mean that that group is, like, all of a sudden good. It just means that that person has a complex set of issues that they haven't processed. Or they've got some internal biases that they haven't confronted. So, while they may be accepted into the group, because you guys kind of need all the people you can get before you can start a white nationalist, you know, revolution, But you guys also don't respect those people, you know? You don't respect them, you want to use them as props. And then you guys turn around and do the whatabouts, but you point to corporations who do that. Which is crazy. You think that corporations are somehow liberal. I know that's probably strawmanning your argument because you didn't make one, but I'm making it for you. If anything, I'm steelmanning because that's what you guys say all the time, and I you know, I think it's a line of logic, that's for sure. I don't think it's a good one, but it is a line of logic. I'll concede that it is a line of logic.
And comments after the video that I posted about the situation with the teacher.
I don't know why you're yelling. I don't know why you feel the need to yell, but I'm willing to hear you.
At my son's school. I know that a lot of you have asked, do we plan to go to the school board? How are we going to address this? And I just want to let everybody know that I will keep you updated. We have to be very strategic in how we address it because protecting my...
Because if we say something explicit that gives away the game, then the school board won't go for it. So we got to be real sneaky and crafty about this one. After the Epstein files, I care little of party anymore. Did I say Republican or Democrat? It's MAGA. And you're talking about Nazis. You said that you were part Nazi, which is hilarious, but I mean, that, and nobody on the left is saying only prosecute people on the right. So, I mean, I guess it is kind of about parties, isn't it? Like, one party wants to hide all of the files, the other one doesn't. Seems pretty cut and dry to me, I don't know. Perhaps I'm wrong. But I'm not. So what is the issue here? Let's see if we can find what her issue is. Hello? No? What? Wait. What was the previous video? I can't see shit on here. How do I know? Oh, 131. Okay. So this was a little bit ago. I don't know how often they post, so I don't... I'm at a loss here. Oh, here we go. No, that's not it. When was this one posted?
You even live, bro?
Oh, okay. So... Oh, 2021! Oh my god! That's an old video.
The coolest men's Christian patriotic team.
Here we go, 221.
On
Jesus.
it literally every single time he...
What?
He wears it. So here's the front. You got the cross.
Oh god damn it! It's the same... It's the same one!
With the American flag, the back's even better. Stand for the flag, kneel for the cross, and you got the cross again with that American flag. Absolutely love this. Got him his true to size XL. It hasn't shrank.
I mean, this is just an advertisement. I don't understand. Like, it says paid partnership right here. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to commercialize the Lord, right? Just like you're not supposed to wear an American flag, as far as I know. I mean, again, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what all that shit says. Wait, why was it on page? Oh, because I get it. Actually, you know what? I would actually prefer, I know I've said actually about 1,000 times right now, I would prefer to give Christians a fair shake here and just do like raw Christian videos as opposed to patriot, whatever people fucking say these days. I'm a patriot Christian, or, you know, whatever the fuck people say. Whatever bullshit.
Patriot Front, eternal nationalist activist organization.
Now, are you guys familiar with Patriot Front? I am. Are you guys familiar with Patriot Front? They're a Nazi group. Big proponents of the Great Replacement. big proponents of America First policies, nationalism. You know, you get the drill. You know. To them, what they say is, because that's a Confederate flag. I don't know if you noticed that. Right? You see that? Right. It's a fraternal, which means male-led, mostly only males allowed. I mean, you can probably have significant others, but they really want you to just be behind closed doors with other men. Nationalist, which, I mean, you might as well just put white there. You know, white nationalist. I guarantee you, they probably do not allow minorities in unless they really try to suck your dick. Activist organization. So, I mean, trying to implement things like PragerU into schools, trying to put the 10 Commandments in elementary schools, etc., 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 that kind of stuff. You know, overthrowing the government. You know, trying to institute your own white nationalist policies. Of course, you know, it's a militia group, right? What are they going to do elsewise, right? And transforming the public spaces of the American nation. So, even saying, like, you know, maybe we'll allow gay people to exist, but you're not allowed to do that in fucking public, all right? You're not allowed to get married, you can't have any rights, you're gonna have to be behind closed doors. And preferably, you just won't be gay. Or trans, or, you know, whatever. Insert other group here. Which is, you know, sad. You would hope that people would just want other people to live and be happy, but I guess that's not possible with nationalism. I got, you know. You gotta oppress somebody, right? What was a famous quote? I forget what somebody said. It was a famous quote where it was, oh, fuck. My ADHD brain is fogging on me now. What was it? It was about, conservatives wish to be a part of an in-group that some law enforcement, or like basically the police, basically the government, what is it, protects but does not govern, and everyone else belongs in an out group that the government or the police or whoever govern but do not support or protect. I know I butchered that quote, but maybe I can just look it up. Famous quote: conservatives outgroup protect and not support, and not govern. See if I can find it. Conservatism consists of exactly one proposition, to wit, there must be in-groups whom the law protects but does not bind, alongside out-groups who the laws bind but does not protect. So, rights for thee, not for me, is the conservative position. Typically. Alright. The Christian
God
video.
Is so unfair. You're telling me an atheist who lives a good life is going to hell, but the mass murderer who says, I believe in Jesus, is not going to heaven?
True. But I wanted opposition.
Oh, really? What's your major? Oh, it's mathematics. Wow, you're so smart.
No.
A Christian is someone who's got their act together. A Christian is someone who lives a...
Weird.
Oh, finally I can sit down and eat. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this food. Alright, Lord, what do you got for me today? A bed pay!
I want, like, someone who's pro-Christian. Okay.
I want you to pray for yourself.
Here we go. Finally. Jesus. Wait, whoa. Hey, Jesus. Yeah, I said it. That's right. I said Jesus.
Lord, reveal yourself.
Finally, Jesus.
Let me see you the way Isaiah saw you. Let me see myself for what I really am, a sinner in need of grace. Lord, give me a love for you where I will love you more than anything else in this life. Lord, I pray you would demolish every idol in my heart. Lord, everything in there that I love more than you, would you topple those idols in my heart? Would you break those chains off of my heart? Lord, would you fill up in my heart such a love for you that I would desire you more than anything else in this life? I want.
Simping aside, this doesn't seem evil, right? Like, there are plenty of Christians, plenty of religious people of all denominations who want to just let people live. I don't know this man. I don't know whether this person hates gay people or not. But this message here that this church posted on, or that this daily motivation, whatever, daily gospel channel posted online, is not in itself communicating anything that seems like evil or anger or hate towards anybody. So on its face here, this does not seem evil. Contrast that with we're a fucking white nationalist group. You know, contrast those two. Which seems more evil?
Do you know what would happen if the United States wasn't backing it?
I don't. Are you having a mini stroke? Why are you drawing out your words like this? Do you know what would happen if the Jews were in power?
Israel right now. If the United States stopped supporting Israel, the next day, Israel would get murder raped by Iranian.
Oh boy. So, most people who have been paying attention to what's going on with Iran right now know that we were in the middle of a deal. And they had inspections. Like, who set that shit up in the first place? This is 30 fucking years ago. You know, where we signed a nuclear deal. They agreed to inspections. It was like every 4 years or something like that. They made the inspections, and everything seemed hunky-dory. If you're going to assume that another nation might be lying to the inspectors, then you have to assume yourself that your nation is just as capable of corruption. That's all it is. Like, there are nations that exist. I would say all nations. All power is subject to corruption. It doesn't mean necessarily that all power is corrupted. I mean, I think most people have a pretty good assumption that maybe it is, just inherently, but there is no government that isn't engaging in some form of espionage, or some form of misdirection, or some form of discreditation, or some form of scammery, or some form of whatever. Commercial warfare. It would be insane to think that we are somehow the arbiters of what other nations get to do with their defensive capabilities. It's putting the idea, this propaganda, that, oh, they're about to enrich uranium. You have no proof of that. Yeah, but you know Iran, right? First, it's Iran, and I don't really, because I was alive the first time that this bullshit happened, and they said they were building weapons of mass destruction. This was right after a terrorist attack on U.S. soil. And they're like, they're totally making weapons of mass destruction. They're absolutely enriching uranium. They found no proof of anything like that. The 2 times before that this happened. And now somehow, all of a sudden, oh, now they're deciding to start enriching uranium. Right as Democrats are trying to get the Epstein files released. Right as we're about to argue about healthcare subsidies. Weird. Very strange how that happened, just kind of like right away. And I just read an article today that said that Netanyahu had been wanting to kill the leader of Iran, like, since the October attacks, which just fucking blows my mind. That is just so fucking wild to me. How do you spend, what is it, like, what now, almost a year? Well, I guess, you know, however long. Like, how do you spend that entire time thinking about how badly you want to kill the leader of another nation just because, what, you want their land or their oil or some shit? So, no, Nick Fuentes, Iran is not some world superpower that is capable of just bombing another nation into the ground. That's not how they've operated. They normally will carry out, like, terrorist attacks, right? Like the Syrian, what, with the phone explosions, or didn't Iran take credit for that? I mean, I feel like there's enough evidence of terrorism out there for us to kind of predict how these things are going to go down. You know, Bangladesh didn't have a nuke. What is it like? Who were they arguing with? I forget. But you know, the India and Pakistan were not going to nuke each other. It's mutually assured destruction. We all agreed during the Cold War that it was probably a bad idea if we just all shot nukes at each other. Like, we agreed a long fucking time ago that it just is not the best for people. And regardless of whether another nation declares death to America, that doesn't mean they're going to launch they don't have nukes. And Trump is sitting there in the fucking Oval Office saying, like, guys, you didn't see the correspondence that I did. If we had given them another couple of months, they were going to nuke us. You better believe it. And so I did what I had to do.
Missiles.
It's really easy to say what could have happened. And I think that part of being a strong nation is one that doesn't feel like it has to preemptively strike somebody else. It's not like 2001. Like, I know that we just reduced some of the restrictions for like TSA to check, like pre-check and shit. Like, they don't have to remove shoes anymore, but they only found like 2 bombs in the entire history of shoe checks. And they were like right after 9/11. So it just wasn't effective. It was slowing down times and it wasn't effective. So now they have more sophisticated methods. They have the full body scan. And that's perfectly fine. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Problem solved. TSA can stop doing shoe checks. That doesn't mean that there's now this big window open. The immigrants. Oh my God, the immigrants. They're coming in. They're bringing Syrian soldiers. There's going to be some sleeper cell and they're going to take over the government. I saw it on Facebook, so I know it's going to happen. Don't you fucking dare argue with me. You see, Skippy, how this hey, Helmet, how's it going? This reminds me of the Why Do Kids You Know sketch about the Nerf nuke. I don't know it. But you see what I'm saying, Skippy? How this reduced a lot of that spam we were seeing yesterday? That's why we did it. That's why we did this. You know? It's not about the viewers, it's about the engagement. I want to make sure that we're keeping the space open for people that are not just going to spam best trans stream ever, as funny as that is, because I support trans people, and that's totally not an insult. We don't need to be seeing it all the time. You know? I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of rapid growth just for that.
Wouldn't even be funny. The day after the United States stopped supporting Israel, their entire sky would be black. Because 10,000...
Not with their Iron fucking Dome. Like, did we not see that in action against what limited capabilities Palestine had? I mean, the Iron Dome is like fucking... some people did still die, but who cares? Not who cares, but who cares what troubles Israel is facing? They're bringing those troubles onto themselves. They're trying to do an ethnic genocide. They're trying to resettle an entire other people's country. Like, who cares if the Iron Dome isn't that good? It sucks, man. It really sucks that Israel's just turning around and doing exactly what happened to them. It's a cycle of abuse, right? Like, kids who get beat by their dad, you know, they grow up and become abusers themselves, right? If they don't get, you know, the proper treatment and all that kind of psychological help. Helmet, I hope you're ready for World War III. We're goose-stepping our way right into it.
Missiles would be raining down on them. Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, all these countries would turn on them and declare war on them. They would get banned.
Whoa, man. He's about to roll out the worst part of that. I mean, again, speculation is real fun. We can all speculate what might happen if we don't do something. Sure. But all credible sources coming out of any of those diplomacy talks said that they were pretty close to reaching an agreement with Iran, and that there was no evidence of them having started to enrich uranium. And it's not like any of their technology. It's our technology. We are the largest state sponsor of genocide since what? Desert Storm? Right? Lol, a host is pro-Palestine and now can't be happy for the innocent because it goes against what you were protesting for before, huh? Don't know what your point is. You can be pro-Palestine. There's nothing wrong with that. People were dying, and they're still dying. And so not wanting that to happen is pro-Palestine. And I don't know why you'd be against that. And now can't be happy for the innocent. Are you talking about the people of Iran? Because it goes against what you were protesting before. What was I protesting before? I bet you don't know the first fucking thing about me, my friend. Tell me, what was I protesting about? I'd love to hear it. People dying in Iran. What about it? Yeah, I mean, it's sad. It sucks that Israel decided to bomb a girls' school and kill 200 innocent people. I don't approve of that. Don't support that. Don't support ethnic cleansing. Not a big fan of that. I don't know. I don't know why you would be. I don't know why any reasonable person would be pro-death. It's a pretty weird stance.
And from Eurovision, they get banned from soccer.
Two very important factors, you know, two very, very, very sad things, you know, for Israel that they've been banned from things. Fuck. Yeah, I'm so sorry that people who represent Israel cannot sing in a competition or play soccer because their country's doing horrible things.
They would get sanctioned by Russia, China, Europe. The ports would be empty. The air.
Who gives a shit about Russia and China? Aren't nationalists supposed to hate those countries? Aren't they like spreading socialism or whatever? Their government took out 30,000. Who? The Israeli government? Or Iranian? Either way, you're talking about governments, not people. You know, there's a difference between a government and a group of people, right? Like, do you think that everyone in the government represents you? You think Obama represented you? Weird. Real strange, Jake. Strange that you have that point of view, because it's illogical.
The port would be shut down. They would get condemned in the Security Council repeatedly. It's like we are the ones holding back the night for them.
I mean, yeah, when you commit an ethnic genocide, typically people are going to be pretty upset about that, and they're going to want to push back. And if other nations condemn you for something that you're doing, perhaps stop doing that thing. You know, seems just kind of like a really logical step-by-step process to follow. I don't know. Perhaps I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's how you approach a conclusion.
If it wasn't for us, there'd be a Muslim-Arab coalition war against them.
Right. So in this alternate history, lol, so you are for the Gaza people being free, but you're not for the Iranian people being free. What? I'm getting confused. Right. It's obvious that you're getting confused. I'm sorry that you seem to think that only binaries are possible. What genocide? Population grew? No. I mean, just wrong. Hundreds of thousands of people dead. What's the overall death toll? Let's see. As of February 2026, maybe not as of, oh yeah, no, that's, the reported death toll in Gaza has surpassed, okay, so only 75,000, so not quite 100,000 people yet. Right? Cooked, you can't answer? Yes, this is a debate. Sure. You coming into some random fucking live. Yes, you've won a debate. Congratulations. I concede the debate that we're not having, so you can go away.
They'd be kicked out of every international body, every international market,
I just don't like genocide. I mean, I don't know why, you know, you think that one genocide's different from another. I don't like people dying en masse for bad reasons. Just plain and simple, you know? I would think that you not having this opinion probably means that you're just kind of unsure about things, and maybe you're a little insecure, and you're trying to just figure out what the real answer is. And the real answer is you probably shouldn't just be, you know, for death. I said you are for the Gaza people being free, but you're not for the Iranian people being free. No, I said that you can be in support of two things. I can support both. Just because a dictator is bad does not mean the people are bad. And if the people are celebrating they're free, that's cool. But it doesn't mean that what we're doing or what Israel's doing is okay. Right? You see how many things are possible? It's weird. It's weird that you seem to gloss over that.
international, any kind of organization condemned by the UN, diplomatically isolated, it would be over. And what would Israel then be forced to do? If that was the reality that Israel faced, then they would have to change their...
You see, it's all alternate history. Like, we are going to... Well, yeah, you have a good day too, Jake. I mean, being completely wrong about whatever it is you're saying. That... What genocide? General population group. What genocide? Right, so killing of almost 100,000 people is totally not a genocide. You might want to familiarize yourself with your own talking points.
Approach. Suddenly, then, they would have to worry about losing the whole world.
So again, alternate history. We've made a choice to not support Israel in his alternate view, and now he's just telling a whole story about what happens when we don't support Israel. None of it is substantiated with any kind of evidence or proof. He's just saying what would happen. He's saying again, Nick Fuentes is a straight up fucking Nazi. Thinks the Jews control everything. Very anti-Jew. Just recently started talking about, oh, Israel's great because of all the Nazi shit. People are just calling him out constantly about being one. And so he feels like, oh, okay, well, hey, let me show you how much I fucking celebrate Israel. Goose the Fuentes fan. No, I fucking hate this man. I hope that he is discredited and thrown onto the pile of all the other discredited alt-right Nazis that exist along with him.
And they would have to change how they operate. In other words, the reason they're able to prosecute the war in Gaza in the way that they are is because they are protected from the consequences of it by us. They would have to get along like every other country does, not making too many enemies, trying to earn and win friends. They would have...
Right, which is, you know, that's kind of how diplomacy works, right? Fuentes said Epstein wasn't that bad. Right. Do you need any more reason to hate Fuentes?
To use goodwill and be trustworthy, because if they didn't, well, every country might gang up on them. So, we own...
What? No, he didn't make a point there. He just kind of said that they would have been persecuted. He was at J6 but didn't get arrested. He's a Fed. Well, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. The Nazis are kind of in power right now.
Own everything they're doing. Because they...
Okay, I get the whole point of this. So he's trying to take credit for Israel doing what Israel's doing because we somehow gave them that capability. It's a twist in logic, but I get it. I get it. Jake, I thought you were leaving. What happened to that? Who's flip-flopping now? They wouldn't be free in Iran if it wasn't for Israel. Again, I can be happy that they're free. Of course, now there's a vacuum in power, which will lead to more death. But hey, that's cool, apparently, by your standard, as long as we're just going in and bombing people and then coming back and celebrating, I guess? So yeah, it can be good if a people is free, if they have a robust support network to implement a new system of power. I'm literally answering you right now, Jake. And, you know, I mean, we could go in and actually help them transition into a new government, but, you know, lawmakers don't like that. They're accusing Trump of unilaterally going to war, and it would only solidify that and continue to prove that fact if they started going and doing statecraft and doing nation building. So the optics are bad, so they don't want to go in and support the now free Iranians who are just going to end up they said that they had his fucking backup in mind already, meaning they were going to install another fascist dictator. So, sure, free for like a week or two, but then right back under, what would you call it? Fundamentalist Islamic rule or Sharia law, right? That's the words that you guys like to use. So yeah, I did answer. And I'm sorry that you can't handle two different things being true at once. So would you rather or rather than not, that doesn't make sense, get involved and let the Iran people suffer? You know, if diplomacy was working, I would rather that they kept doing that. And it was. There was no evidence that they were creating any kind of fucking weapons of mass destruction, just like the last time. Just like the last 3 times. They just want to invade because I can't handle the Epstein files. Oh, look, I'm Trump. I can't handle the Epstein files. I mentioned 130,000 times. I'm like fucking Epstein's best friend. No, I can't handle that. I don't want that to come out. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to go and we're going to do the same thing that Bush did. We're going to do the same thing Obama did. We're going to do the same exact thing. And we're just going to go, Bush and Bush Sr. And we're just going to go to war. It's fine. We're going to go to war. Everyone's going to forget about all the PDF files in Congress and the House and the White House. They're all going to forget about it. It's okay. It's great. Look, see, you can see clearly I'm patriotic. I have an American flag. I'm American. I have an American flag. No, actually, it was working, according to literally the people who were negotiating. It absolutely was working. They were, like, days away from a deal. So, are you going to believe the person that was in the room? Or are you going to believe a guy who falls asleep at every fucking meeting that's televised? And then goes on talking about fucking gold curtains for 3 minutes? Your guy's a mumbling fucking blob in a fucking kiddie stroller. And you're just like jerking off. I'm like, oh yeah, daddy. Oh fuck yeah, daddy Trump.
We give them. The foreign aid is not a lot. It's that we give them the best weapons. It's that they've accumulated so many of them.
We gave Iran weapons as well. Again, we are the largest state sponsor of terrorism globally. Period.
It's that if things ever get out of control,
Let's see. Trump is now in the files. Yeah, he was in the files over 130,000 times. He did something bad. Yeah, he's a convicted felon. Publicly available court records all state that he was complicit in the Russia cover-up or the Ukraine blackmailing. The classified files, all of that is publicly available. And oh yeah, you know, I guess it was some plot to keep him out of office. Well, he's in office right now. And he was still in the Epstein files. Jake, I thought you said you were leaving. What happened? You know that you had to subscribe to be able to chat, right? Weird. It's almost like you have nothing better to do. Does your family really hate you that much? Sorry about that, man. Hope things get better for you.
everyone knows we will go to war on their behalf. We will defend them. So it's as if they're the 51st state.
No. If anything, Puerto Rico would be the 51st state because it is one of our territories. And actually, no, I think it would probably be Washington, D.C. They've been wanting to separate and become their own state for a while, but I guess legally that's a bit of an issue. I don't think that they're able to just do that. I don't know. I don't know what's keeping that from happening, but I think, if anything, it would be one of those two and not Israel. Israel's its own country, so I don't know why. I mean, Fuentes doesn't like Jews. I don't know if that's news to anybody. The news is he doesn't like Jews. Yeah, that's not really news to anybody. So I don't know why. Maybe it's a surprise. I don't know. Maybe if you're watching right now and you didn't know that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, then now you know. Now you know. Doesn't like Jews.
It's not just that they have weapons, it's that they are protected as much as Texas. It's like American soil. And it is that moral hazard.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's just being a little shitmouth bitch right here. Like, he's just trying to convince people that the only reason Israel is able to protect itself, which is already a misunderstanding, the only reason that Israel is able to do the things that it's doing right now is because of us. So when you're saying, hey, good job Israel, you really should be saying, hey, good job US. This seems like infighting. This seems like friendly fire here just a little bit. It's real strange. All right, now on to another Christian video. So the last one we saw, I wouldn't classify as evil. This guy seems really, really passionate about what he believes. And again, like I said, just to put a bow on it, I don't know if he's anti-gay or trans. I don't know any of that stuff. I don't know what his background is. All I can hear is the message he's giving right now, and it is of love and peace. So that was just to finish that video.
If the cross wasn't comfortable, why do you think you should be? I say this out of love. There's something I see happening too much. If the cross wasn't comfortable.
Yeah, this would be in love, blessed in Hollywood.
Well, I mean, does it mean that you're going to continue to talk about it and that you're going to be obnoxious? I hope not. It's the MAGA crypto-fascist split. Crypto-fascist. Is that's I've never heard that term before. Does that have something to do with cryptocurrency? To be honest, I think it really all just boils down to the fact that people need to realize that it's rich versus poor and not left versus right. It's not a political thing. It really is just, you know, corporate greed at this point. For the most part.
We're Christians. Of course we have something about God in our Instagram bios.
We're Christians.
Give me like other, there we go. Like I want like
where Christianity is becoming very popular.
Podcast or whatever, like trending, you know.
I see you on Instagram. The bios and the TikToks and the Instagrams, and they're like, Christ is my savior. I love him. And it's like, then you don't live a life that's for Christ. Like, it's...
What? Hang on, what was her reasoning here? I'll start this over for, no, like hidden, not blatant. Oh, okay. So hidden fascism, yeah, I mean like how they integrate it into schools and how they integrate, like try to put, you know, alt-right people on college campuses. Maybe sometimes they die. You know, that kind of thing. Is that what you're referring to? Like that kind of just worming their way into society? Because I see that. I mean, that's how the Nazis started, right? It wasn't just a sudden takeover. They tried that and it didn't work. And then they had to propagandize and just work their way into the systems and obtain power legally and then carry out their agenda. And noise, like as much noise as possible is fine. That's what they want. They want all the dissenting voices. They want all the supportive voices. They want everything. They want all the people to just muddy the waters so that we can normalize the idea that, oh, being a Nazi is really just being a Republican. I can't believe you guys would ever call us not. There's no way. We're not being Nazis. How dare you? How dare you call us Nazis? This is not Germany. All right? The people that we're putting into camps, they are not Jews. All right? They got brown skin. They're not Jews. Okay? Let's get that straight. All right? It's not white nationalism. We're teaching it in schools as real history. All right? So calm down, leftists. Calm down. There's no Nazism happening here. Right? Our commander-in-chief, our supreme leader, he doesn't have a small mustache. Nor is his hair dark of hue. MAGA is loving this war strike, whereas Fuentes Crowder are freaking out. Oh, yeah. Anything that paints Israel in a good light is going to get all the anti-Semites like way hot and bothered. Nazis are socialists. I mean, if you pervert the term socialism into something that fits a fascist dictatorial narrative, then sure, yeah, absolutely. They called themselves socialists. Completely true. They did indeed refer to themselves as socialist. I absolutely will, you know, freely agree with that. But you can say anything. You can say that you are simply a caring, patriotic American while putting people in concentration camps. And so then anyone observing you would know that you're a Nazi. Pretty easy. I mean, you guys get caught up in the minutia. Nobody else gets caught up in the minutia. Normal people don't get caught up in the minutia. This war is Shaitan versus Islam. I don't know what that means, but really this war is a war of imperialism. So if that is what you're saying, then sure, I agree with that.
Popular and it's trendy. You're watching all the Christian influencers, me included, and yet we're living a life that's not free.
I mean, no shade. If you're an influencer and you refer to yourself as an influencer, I think it's a little cringe. Let's just hang on. Let her cook.
Growing in a time where Christianity is becoming very popular, and people swear that it's not. I see you on Instagram.
The most popular religion in the world for a very, very long time was Christianity. We even made sure by taking over other countries and implementing our religion. I mean, back in the dark days, right? Whole entire groups of Christians going around murdering other cultures and then bringing Christ to them. They made sure that it was the most popular religion. Very much so. This war is Shaitan, Jews, Christian, Israel, America, Illuminati, greedy fake sheik versus Islam. Okay. Time has come when Imam Mehdi come. Okay, I mean, you don't have to like any of those things, but they're not related. Jews and Christians, in America, Christian nationalists don't really like Jews. They support them because of what Israel's doing. Israel, I like that you differentiated Israel and Jews. I really like that you isolated them. I don't like that you're still generalizing them that way. America, sure, America's greedy. Yeah, America's colonialist, imperialist. Yeah, absolutely. Illuminati, okay. No proof that that's still a society, but go off, King. You know, conspiracies, we welcome that here, I guess. We mostly debunk them, but I welcome them to later be debunked. Greedy fake sheik. Now that I don't know anything about. Is there a sheik that is? Are you talking about Sheikh Mohammed, or I don't know who you're referring to. So she's confusing her influencer community with like an uptick in church attendance. Yeah, she could just be growing organically, and to her that says that, and like her other peers in her space are all growing as well. Maybe that's a thing. I don't. Again, I don't argue. Oh my God, that is a whole freaking bud. Just chilling on the ground. Oh my God. Jesus. Correlation's not causation, right? Like you see people in your circle and they're all kind of growing at the same rate. And so to you, it might seem like the entire thing is growing. Could be where she's coming from. I don't know. But it's been the most popular and one of the most widely practiced religions of all time. And imperialism and conquering definitely ensured a lot of that. So there's no modern resurgence of Christianity. If anything, the religion itself is shrinking. But maybe, forming more insular communities so it might seem more concentrated where she is. Trump King, we are the strongest. We've been the strongest since we became a world power. So you don't need to remind me. I already know that America has the strongest military. I mean, that certainly doesn't mean that we should go around flexing it all the time. Part of the reason why anti-heroes are considered good, the only reason why they're considered good, is because they are willing to leave society. They are willing to sacrifice their humanity. That means giving up your humanity. They're willing to sacrifice their humanity for the betterment of mankind. They know that their rampage, or whatever this quest for revenge is, that they might die. That they will probably die for their cause. Like fucking Butcher. Billy Butcher on The Boys. Like, their cause is so important that they're willing to become a villain in order to save whatever existential crisis is going on. Iran being rumored to have started enriching uranium by your cabinet. The rumor comes from inside the house, from the White House, from fucking Stephen Miller, probably. You are not a hero. You are not an anti-hero. You're just a villain. You're just saying, okay, well, let's introduce a bunch of death into the region and let's see what happens. You know, let's see who we can free from oppression. Sure. I'm from Iran, and no one is opposed to Ayatollah. And in Internet West spread propaganda that people of Iran oppose its regime. And you only see people dancing in the streets on outlets like Fox News. Like, I get that optics is a thing. I get that media is biased. Like, people on the left probably wouldn't want to show videos if there are people celebrating in the streets, and people on the right would probably want to highlight all that shit. I get that sensationalism is a thing. But you see almost nothing about celebration from the region. At least not on the news sources that I see. It's mostly right-wing outlets, which has fucked up my algorithm something fierce.
The bios and the TikToks and the Instagrams, and they're like, Christ is my savior, I love him. And it's like, then you don't live a life that's for Christ. Like, it's popular and it's trendy. You're watching all the Christian influencers, me included. And yet,
I don't feel like you should be saying certain people don't get to be Christians. I'm pretty sure that goes against the entire idea of your religion.
we're living a
What was
life
John
that's not
3:16 or
what
John
Jesus
3:15,
just
whatever
for
that
the
fuck
image
that
of
image that
Christian.
people
Like,
used to hold up in sports games was? Was it like to be fruitful and spread the gospel or some shit? That doesn't mean you are a door person for Christianity. That's not how that works.
the Christian walk isn't something to be mocked or aesthetic. And get me, I'm not against a good Instagram picture, but I am against prostituting the name of Jesus to put on an image that is not actually
Right.
true.
Right. So anyone who praises Jesus, if they're like in a bikini, is not a real Christian to this person. Are you support America and Israel in this genocide? No, I do not support America and Israel. I think that the president unilaterally declared war on a country, and he needs Congress' approval for that. It's kind of how it's always worked, even with espionage tactics or like trying to keep things close to the vest. You have to understand, as normal people, I'm a normal person too, but you have to understand that we as normal people, we don't see a lot of this stuff that happens behind the scenes, and we think that we know, right? I don't think that I know. A lot of us do, though. And sometimes that's just not how things work. So, like, there is a democratic process to go to war. And the reason why we made that process in the first place is because we didn't want people just launching missiles into another nation, because all the other nations around have to have an explanation of why they're about to go to war with their allies against some enemy that they may not even know. There is a process to going to war. He didn't listen when it came to Venezuela. He didn't listen when it came to Iran. And Venezuela's now has a power vacuum. And their people may have been celebrating day of. They're sure as fuck not celebrating anymore. Iran, same fucking thing. Even if you saw, like, someone would have said, like, oh, you know, the Ayatollah's dead. And then you see, oh, people are celebrating in the streets. They're like, wait, what the fuck does this mean? Oh, shit. We're about to be fucked. So no, Christianity is not saying resurgence. It's been resurged.
And when we forget Christ crucified and we wear him around our neck as an aesthetic rather than an actual crucifixion, that this is a...
Did you see how quickly she tried to fish that out from her turtleneck because it wasn't visible? You can't write this stuff. You know? You just can't. That's fucking hilarious.
bloody death, that this is an aesthetic picture, that this is the Christian lifestyle where we will bleed, we need to cry out, where we drink a cup of suffering. This is the Christian walk that is not easy. Not just like a cute little dainty necklace. What are we talking about? And Christ crucified is everything. It's the set.
But do you think she was thinking about that when she got this piece of jewelry? Do you think that to her, as she was in the jewelry store, looking at this diamond fucking encrusted cross, right?
This is the
So when she's in the store looking at this diamond encrusted cross, do you think that she's asking herself, oh man, he sacrificed himself. On church days, which that's Catholic, where you drink a cup of suffering, right? I eat his skin and I drink his blood. This is really profound to me. This will really reinforce my relationship with God. And not instead, oh, this is so cute. Oh, I love it. And I'm Christian too. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that I'm Christian? Oh, I can't believe how good this is going to look on me. Ooh, do you see how many fucking diamonds are in there? Bling, bling. I'm going to guess the latter. Just having been raised around women, knowing how girls talk to each other, it's usually much more celebratory instead of reverent. And sure, there's a small microcosm of women out there who probably would be introspective and say, if I get something like this, it's very, very well going to deepen my relationship with the Lord, and I'm going to reflect on it every time I see it. But which is more likely? Someone who's wearing other and potentially knockoff jewelry. We don't know. We don't know how, legit it is. Could be anything. Could be anything. Cubic zirconias. That's what's most likely.
Not just like a cute little dainty necklace. What are we talking about? And Christ crucified is everything. It's the center of our faith. It's the epitome of what we believe. It's the most essential aspect to the Christian faith. If you forget Christ and Christ crucified, then you're probably not Christian if you don't believe in that.
Oh boy. So, I mean, there's a lot of people who do like fake podcasts. And sometimes they're legit. Sometimes it's like they got a studio, they got they bought time, I guess, in a studio. They've turned on the recording equipment, they've got a really good mic. It's all set up, it's all like, studioed up. Everything's looking good. But it's usually like, either their parents pay for it or their significant other, or they pay for it themselves because, whatever, they're a boss bitch. That's fine too. The problem is that just making something look like a podcast doesn't mean it's instantly a podcast. It's the promotion and the marketing. It's the listener base. It's the fact that you have, people that you reach. The reason I'm saying all this is because it seems really superficial when somebody tries to fake that stuff. And as much as I want to believe that everybody can just have their own well-produced podcast, it's easier for me to believe that you get a friend to come along with you and just ask you a bunch of softball questions so you can get some clips for TikTok. Those are more organized. Those are more planned out. Those are more like easier to do from an influencer space than actually, building enough of a viewer base, listener base, whatever, to have your own podcast. It's usually, people are usually tapped for that stuff, and it's not random Christian ladies. I don't know. I don't want to just assume that this person is a nobody. They might be a somebody. I don't know.
Growing in a time.
But yeah, Christianity is not growing. It has always been one of the largest cults / religions. Take that, Christians. Who? Oh, so the leader of this, what is it? American Front. Why is Jesus so ripped? I need to see that picture. He looks like a fucking power lifter. Oh, where is it? Where's built Jesus? Straight white American Jesus. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, that is hilarious. Oh man, where's built Jesus? I want ripped Jesus. I want to... Where is that? Where can I find that? I love this song. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a banger. Oh, man. That's such a shame. I want to see the... I want to see all of Ripped Jesus. Yeah, I mean, let's just take a look real quick. Thomas, American Front. I'm guessing leader. Oh, Patriot Front. Oh, that's what it's called. Okay. Hang on. Patriot Front Jesus logo. Please. 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 Built Jesus. Built Jesus. Where is he? Damn it. Oh, I thought that was gonna... Ah! Fine. Fine. Yes, I'm gonna feed you in just a second. Patriot Front... Leader Thomas. Thomas Rousseau. Okay, okay, there he is. Look at that, look at that. Is he... Now, all I'm trying to find out is... Was he in Jan 6th? Was he at Jan 6th? I don't know. But I'm, you know, maybe. You never know. August 5th. When was it 2022? When was it? For plotting a riot at a pride parade. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Okay, so it doesn't look like he was at Jan 6th. Now, I thought that would be kind of a lock, but I guess not. But yeah, so I mean, he may not be in the Epstein files, but he for sure is a Nazi. For sure. Skippy, if you honestly don't believe that the Nazis are already in the federal government, then you're about 10 years behind. I'd catch up if I were you. I agree. The concept of being America first and not wanting everyone in America to have a house and healthcare is completely insane. I agree. 100%. Based logic. Somebody get this man a seat in somewhere, some office.
How is attacking Iran America first?
It's Iran. I'm gonna pee. Let's let this guy talk.
Let me explain.
I won't be able to react to his video because I'll be
Trump
peeing.
Was going to be America first,
and I'm also going to feed my dogs.
Well,
should take roughly
exactly
4 minutes.
What it is.
There you go.
It's America first.
There you go.
First of all, this is not a war. It's an operation.
Yes.
An operation that needed to happen. You see, last year, President Trump sent Marco Rubio to Panama to make sure that China did not take over the Panama Canal, because that's what? One of our most critical shipping trade routes. So Marco Rubio went to Panama and secured the Panama Canal to make sure that the U.S. had control of the Panama Canal. A little time after that, Russia has shown interest in Greenland, because why? Well, Greenland is also a major trade route for ships. And so what are we doing right now? Ensuring that we, as America, have control of that trade route. Why? Because it protects our domestic shipping. That's right. Now, China has been known to want to take over Taiwan. Taiwan is a big thing for China. But however, it's also a very big thing for us. We get a lot of our semiconductors and other equipment from Taiwan. So this is how we are America first through taking over Iran. Let me explain now. Russia has been weakened by Ukraine. Iran has been a major player and helper of Russia through financing for weapons, all that stuff. And also Iran has supplied fuel for China. The only way China can wage war on Taiwan is if they have fuel. China was getting fuel from Venezuela and Iran. we've taken Venezuela, now we're also disabling Iran. Not only that, but Iran was very close to obtaining weapons-grade uranium in order to make a nuclear bomb. We don't want a nuclear bomb, especially not in the control of Iran. And this is how Trump taking over Iran is America first. It literally prevents World War III. Because the alternative is Iran gets stronger, increases its military power, which in turn strengthens Russia and strengthens China. Now with Iran having a nuclear power, they are more likely to use it against Israel, our Middle Eastern ally. So if Iran is strong and Venezuela would have been left to Maduro, then we would have had China ready and fueled up for their takeover of Taiwan. Iran would be strong enough to fight Israel, and they would be providing fuel also for China and empowering Russia to continue their quest against Ukraine. Furthermore, China will continue its quest providing all the ingredients to make fentanyl for the cartels. So that's also a big thing about this, is Trump is literally removing all the American threats or anything that can cause future major problems for the United States. This is how it's America first. Knowledge, people, knowledge. How is attacking Iran America first? Let me explain. Liberals keep saying, I thought Trump was going to be America first and no more wars. Well, that's exactly what it is. It's America first. First of all, this is not a war. It's an operation. An operation that needed to happen. You see, last year, President Trump sent Marco Rubio to Panama to make sure that China did not take over the Panama Canal, because that's what? One of our most critical shipping trade routes. So Marco Rubio went to Panama and secured the Panama Canal to make sure that the U.S. had control of the Panama Canal. A little time after that, Russia has shown interest in Greenland, because why? Well, Greenland is also a major trade route for ships. And so what are we doing right now? Ensuring that we, as America, have control of that trade route. Why? Because it protects our domestic shipping. That's right. Now, China has been known to want to take over Taiwan. Taiwan is a big thing for China. But however, it's also a very big thing for us. We get a lot of our semiconductors and other equipment from Taiwan. So
what was it? Do you guys agree or not? I didn't hear it. How many treaties have they honored? Go fuck yourself. All of them. Fuck, man. I'll have to react to a different one because I don't want to just keep playing the same video over and over again. All right, just grabbing water. I'll be right back. Delicious. Count tool. Jesus love Iran. It'd be cool if other people felt the same. It'd be cool if you know, we could get a little bit more international love going on, you know.
This is how we are America first through taking over Iran. Let me explain now. Russia has been weakened by Ukraine. Iran has been a major player and helper of Russia through financing for weapons.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so so the idea here is that through helping liberate Iran, we're actually doing damage to Russia. So, you know, you libs, you should consider that a good thing. You crazy libs.
And also, Iran has supplied fuel for China. The only way China can wage war on Taiwan is if they have...
The best way to be America first is to at least hate one of the people that Trump loves, you know, just so that you seem legit, right? Just so that you seem like a good law-abiding citizen, you know? You really just gotta dispel all those rumors that you're in any way a Nazi whatsoever, you know? Get rid of them. Toss them rumors out. Get them rumors out the door, all right? No mas.
But certainly...
Ugh.
Alright, I'm gonna try something.
So the last one was with the delusional girl who thought that her diamond-encrusted cross somehow gave her a license to deny other people entry into Christianity. While kind of evil, it's not bombing another country evil. It's, you know, it's definitely the otherism kind of evil. But I didn't see anything racist or LGBTQ phobic directly come from her mouth. But I mean, if you're a gatekeeper, then you're probably gonna want people to be straight, or else they go to hell. The overlap is there.
So if you enjoy...
But so far, as for the entire theme and subject of this video, as far as the title goes, we have not yet determined that Christianity is the evil one. In fact, it's really just been the MAGA crowd that's been evil so far. So, if I had a running tally, I'd say that Christianity is winning.
Christian content. The first thing I want you to do...
And it looks like the poll
hit that like button.
in the chat is agreeing with us. So, we're on the right track so far. Also, guys, if you're watching to hate watch, I appreciate it. That still helps me, and I encourage dissenting voices. Not just to mock or make fun of or whatever. Like, that's certainly a component that, you know, any content creator likes to have, because then they can sensationalize it, make it into clips or whatever. But the reason I like having dissenting voices is because I like for people who agree with me to see what the other side thinks, and to see how that thought process works, and to see, even through like the whataboutism, even through the logical fallacies that people make, I want people to see that. And it's not as like a, hey, we're at a zoo, look at the crazy Republican. It's more so, if you need your view to be informed by something, then allow these people to help you substantiate what it is that you believe, or dispel it. I'm welcome. I'm welcoming to anybody who can convince us that being MAGA is the way to go. So far, I've been unconvinced, but that's also on the table too, you know? So if you feel like you can convert a bunch of filthy leftist atheists, feel free to try. It ain't gonna happen for you, but I can say with almost 100% certainty. But that's, you know, part of being open-minded is being open-minded to most things. Definitely not Nazism. Kind of already made up my mind on that one. Okay. Christians supporting Christians.
And I'm going to follow you back. Then I want you to go to the comments and comment, Jesus saves. Then go through the comments and
We're about a third of the way through the video, and he's really just begging for help here.
everyone who has commented Jesus saves, I want you to follow them. Then everyone that follows you, follow them back. If TikTok says you're following others too frequently, let me tell you how to get around that. You go to their profile and follow them from there. If you still can't do it, click on one of their videos and follow them from there. It works out. Let's see if we can run this up, y'all. God loves you and so do I. Come on. All right, I'm gonna
Oh. So nothing substantive about Christianity. Just begging for help because his channel's struggling? Wouldn't now, I don't know. I know that there's a weird gap in logic there, but if I was to wonder, you know, what does it mean when you see Christian channels not necessarily growing in viewership, right? I don't know if that's actually the case. I feel like Christians overwhelmingly support each other. But if that was the case, then wouldn't it tell you something? Wouldn't it tell you that maybe your view is, like, obnoxious? But, I mean, I would just think that internally. Like, I wouldn't necessarily assume that that's, like, the reason why his channel's not growing, but I would want to do some introspection. Me being a business guy, like, I would want to find out the reason why whatever I was doing wasn't working. I don't know. I don't think that... So it's just kind of bad pool to, as a content creator, go into other people's channels or post videos begging, like, and I do that. I know that it's a bad look and I do it anyway. But, you know, that's just, I've done that because I've posted videos and then seen, like, no views and then been like, what the fuck are you people doing? But it feels weird to post a video calling on Christians. Like, maybe that's just a sense of community. I don't know. It doesn't seem evil to me, though, is what I'm getting at. Is the ultimate end to this conclusion is that I'm not detecting evil. I'm detecting needy. I'm detecting a little insecure, but not evil. So I guess that's another one in the Christian column, huh? Pretty weird. You know, so far, America First is the losing party here, or the losing side here.
try something. So if you enjoy Christian content, the first thing
We've already looked at Nick Fuentes, so let's move on. So this was posted in September of last year. This isn't someone like actively celebrating, you know, whatever's going on right now. It's just someone who I think wanted to post, you know, because Christians and MAGA, I think, both share, and we can put this under the common traits, right? They both share persecution complex. Oh, where is it? There it is. Persecution complex. That one we can take to the bank. It is very, like, you'd have to have lived under a rock to not know about this Christian persecution complex. It is pervasive. They always think they're going to get, oh, you're going to deplatform me. I'm going to get canceled for my beliefs. No, I mean, it's you being obnoxious and a racist, transphobic douchebag Nazi, typically, that inspires that amount of ire. There are plenty of Christians who keep to themselves and do exactly the whole, like, live and let live thing. A lot of them Lutheran. So take that however you want. Christians. I don't know if you dislike Lutherans. But you know what? That's part of it. It's part of your crowd. Gosh darn it. So, I mean, yeah, I flaunt it, I guess. But, like, the parties, like, the Republicans are in power right now. MAGA is, you know, alive and well. Like, there's no cancellation or persecution that's going on surrounding it. Like, I don't know why this persecution complex is so pervasive among people who claim to be MAGA or America First or whatever. Nobody's canceling you. A lot of people became MAGA extremists out of the whole like COVID thing where businesses asked that they get vaccinated or else, you know, threatened to fire them because your choice is presenting a health risk to the people around you. And people just couldn't wrap their fucking heads around that. Like, they're just so selfish and out of touch that they were just like, that's an impingement on my rights. Well, no, it's exactly the opposite. Freedom to is not freedom from. They're separate things. If you're getting freedom from getting sick, then that means that you don't have the freedom to decide not to wear a mask. That's a bad example, but there are plenty of other ones. So if being far right means I'm America first and America only, I mean, yeah, that does, and I'm extremely far right. Okay. Congratulations. You're saying everything that's contained in that. So if you think that America First people are traditionally racist, if you think they're traditionally anti-Semitic, if you think they traditionally hate immigrants and all brown people, if you have a little bit of melanin in your skin, and if you guys think that that's what Ultra MAGA is, then I guess consider me Ultra MAGA. I don't know if it's a power move. I would consider this a bit evil, but only because of the connotation, not just because of what it indicates. What it indicates that this person supports. Not just by sheer nature of it existing. You could implement anything. What is it? What's a good substitute? So if being an ice cream lover means that I'm pro blueberry ice cream and blueberry ice cream only, then consider me pro ice cream. All right? It's a sentence that seems profound, I'm sure, when she came up with it, but is not in its nature very valuable. So there's very little here to react to, except just with a solid guffaw. Heh! Crazy how the Democrats sat down. So, typically war leads to death, and in general, it doesn't always mean American deaths. There are some involved, and some Americans have died so far in World War III. But that's the kind of the reason you don't go to war, is because you don't want to send your boys off to die. That's the whole thing. It would arguably be less American to say, I think we can sacrifice some American lives. Just, I mean, for the sake of eliminating terrorism in this nation, right? You want to get rid of the terrorism, so why not sacrifice some lives? You know, some blood's going to be shed, some lives will be lost, but that's the cost of freedom. Our freedoms weren't being jeopardized? That's the cost of being Americans? Huh. Well, I guess there was no reason to do it. Shit.
George Washington advised the United States to avoid permanent alliances with foreign governments to prevent foreign control and entanglements.
Oh, what? First, I don't know why that was so loud. And what's the part where, so this meme, right? The setup to the meme is that when the bass drops, that's when you've been owned. That's when either the libs have been owned, or the people with brown skin have been owned, or whatever. That's supposed to be the moment, right? Where was the mic drop?
George Washington advised the United States to avoid permanent alliances with foreign governments to prevent foreign control and entanglements.
Okay. You know they were under a king at the time. I mean, this whole thing, him becoming president, was after the American Revolution when we separated from English rule. So, I mean, yeah. But we're not currently living under an oppressive regime, at least not to patriots. Put that in big quotes. That's just weird. I don't get that conspiracy theory.
Hatred Front is here in downtown. They say this hat is about hatred. No, this is not about hate. This is about an unapologetic love for Americans. I am proud to wear this hat to put America first.
So, campaign? Oh yeah, for governor. Yep. Fishback. Why? I mean, this is Isaiah Lucas official, not James Fishbeck official. Why are you stumping for this man? Is this a gay thing? Could be. Maybe he likes the cut of his jib. Why is that? Oh, there we go.
Hatred. No.
So, America First is typically a platform that excludes certain groups of people. Just very simply. Like, there's really no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I mean, even if they let black people in, it's just so that they can try to make them slaves later on. Even if they let Jewish people in, it's really just so that they can demonize them later on. It's not, I mean, America First is not a welcoming group. It's mostly white nationalists, Christian white nationalists, who all just kind of want things to be the same as them. What do you think that spells out for you if you're black, and let's say that you're black and gay, and you support America First policies? How do you think that's going to shake out for you when all's said and done? You going to be living your best life? Maybe behind closed doors. In service to somebody. In servitude. Who knows?
This is not about hate. This is about an unapologetic love.
So, people on the right side often conflate hate with anger, and you don't have to be physically angry at someone to express hatred towards them. Hate can come through a very calm demeanor. Hate can come with a friendly voice. It doesn't matter what your face is registering. You can still express hatred through policies you pass as a lawmaker. That can be an expression of hatred. If you think that somebody's superior about somebody else, more superior than somebody else, and you agree that certain groups shouldn't exist, I would file that under hatred. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. It's the Bible. Every MAGA has one. Not every. There aren't necessarily huge groups of atheists that fall across the MAGA spectrum, but it is overwhelmingly Christian. Gunnar, okay. Like how I hate talking in action films. Yeah? Do you just dislike... Oh, you talking hate, yeah. Like real actual hate. I was like, you mean pet peeves? No. It's a little more existential than that. These people do not want groups of people to exist other than to serve them. You know, like the law, like the thing that I pulled up earlier that was about conservatism. They want laws that protect them and govern others, and then they want an outgroup so that they can be governed and not protected by the law. So I don't want this guy as governor. I don't know which state he's going for, he's running for, but I don't want him. I don't want him.
Legislature to join with...
I'm sorry, what was that? What word did you try to slur just then?
Tonight I'm inviting every legislature to...
Okay. I mean, you don't want to criticize a guy for a speech impediment, right? God forbid that a party actively make fun of somebody for their speech impediment, especially the President of the United States. Nobody would ever do that, right? Unconscionable. Nobody would ever do that. Make fun of an American president simply because of their speech impediment. Of course not! Oh, shit. Damn it. I was wrong again! Fuck! Anywho, it has come to that time in the stream where we take a quick break to smash the fudge out of this bowl of some dank bud I've managed to delicately press into it. If you engage with it recreationally, I don't blame you, but for me it's medicine, so I need to take a dose of my medicine. If you see me turn the camera off, it is not because I am leaving, it is simply because I am trying not to endorse or support the use of any Schedule 1 substances. You gotta say that, you know, so that people don't think that you're trying to skirt the toss, if you will. All right, I gotta turn my face cam off for just a second. Oh, yep, no. No, I didn't mean to double click it. Did I mess it? Nope, I didn't mess it up. Thought I messed it up for a second. I am still here. We are still watching videos. I believe it's the Christian's turn now.
Have you ever wondered why God sometimes lets everything in your life fall apart? Why the...
Well, I'm sure you're going to explain it. Cheers. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. You know what time it is. All right? It's time. I'll just let this play, actually. I'll let this play while I am medicating. You'll hear when I'm done.
Why the relationship ended. Why the prayers you begged for never got answered.
Because God's not real?
You start asking, what did I do wrong? Why is God
Nothing?
punishing me?
Well, he's not because he doesn't exist.
You read, you pray, you trust. But the hits
It's faith, yeah.
keep coming. And
Yeah, 'cause he doesn't exist.
I feel like God's silence is proof that he's gone. You look around and everyone else seems to be thriving, while you're barely holding it together. You start to think, maybe I've ruined his plan for me. What if I told you it's not punishment? What if the breaking isn't proof he's distant, but evidence he's doing something deeper? Because sometimes, before God rebuilds your life, he lets the version you built without him fall apart. He's not being cruel, he's being kind. He's pulling out the roots of self-dependence. Tearing down what couldn't hold you.
Oh, getting rid of your free will?
Rebuild your
Trying to
faith
breed your free will out of you?
Won't collapse
Weird.
Again. You haven't been abandoned. You've been rescued from what was never meant to save you.
Oh, thanks,
The
Vic Morrison. I
collapse
appreciate it.
wasn't the end. It was the mercy that made.
Oh,
room
Jermaine
for
event.
grace.
No, I also smoke just for fun. It is not only. It is not only that.
Have you ever?
So Christians do this thing, and yes, I am speaking in generalities. I am speaking in generalities when I say this, but Christians do this thing where if you're able to explain, oh, I mean, that's not God, that's, you know, this natural phenomenon, then they'll be like, yeah, but who created that, right? Yeah. And so here, it's one of these ego massaging things where it's like, have you ever wondered why your prayers weren't answered? And I'm sure there's a lot of different answers that people of different denominations could give. Well, A, it's because you poop. And that's concentrated evil coming out of you. B, it could be because you don't confess on Sundays or whatever the fuck. You don't engage in my particular ritual. But really what it is a way to get around the whole explanation of why none of this shit makes sense. It's like answering anything with God works in mysterious ways. Oh, well, my ex, or my now ex, broke up with me. My girlfriend broke up with me. Now she's my ex. I don't know why it took me 3 sentences to say that, but we got there in the end. You talk to your pastor about it, and they say, oh, well, that's God. That's God. And you say, well, wait, okay, but God interacts with people like in indirect ways usually, and it's not something that's like a physically measurable, observable thing. Oh, no. It was God not acting. Oh, okay, but I also got fired, and that seems like a thing that actually like physically happened. Well, no, that was God. He created that. Well, but I thought God doesn't interact. Well, no, he doesn't. He's there. He works in mysterious ways. It's like, but that doesn't make sense. God, you know, God, he's God. He's God. He's God. It's like, don't, what is it? When customers, when parents are like, you know, do what I say. And you're like, why? And they're like, because I said so. It's like, that's not a reason to listen to you. Why should we keep slaves? Oh, that's just the way that it always has been. That's not a good reason. Like, come on. Their opinions are shoved down your throat, and if you don't go for it, they will hurt you if given the chance. Well, it is one of the few religions out there that does engage in jihad. Historically speaking. And I know that we as victors, we meaning, you know, just white people, I guess, as victors in most of the historical conquerings, we get to write the history books. And I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing for us, for our continued maintenance of the historical timeline in which we exist.
Wondered why God.
I mean, Vic Morrison, I would find it hard to believe that a lot of these white nationalist types aren't actively engaged in trying to either work for or already working for ICE. If you have the chance to cover your face and exert your whatever physical insecurities that you just never processed over on another who is part of the outgroup, then I think you jump at the chance. All right? Especially if you peaked in high school. Especially if you peaked in high school. He says having peaked in high school. No, I guess not. I self-deprecate and I say that I peaked in high school because I just haven't been largely successful in life. But I don't think that that's like I don't think that's quantifiable. Like I think I'm not giving myself credit for a lot, probably. Which I should, you know. You should be happy about your successes. And I'm slowly starting to learn that after like nearly 40 years of being told that I need to be humble, and like it has cost me a lot of opportunity to not sing my own praises over the years. And like I'm fully willing to admit that I needed to realize that Islam hasn't been more or less violent than Christianity. It's a good point, John T. That was contained in my earlier statement, I believe, to which you're referring.
God sometimes lets everything in your life fall apart.
Because he doesn't exist.
The job didn't work out. Why the relationship.
Because you can't owe your failures or successes to a invisible spirit. Why your relationship ended? Because you can't owe the dissolving of a relationship between you and somebody else to a spiritual thing. The harm is there. Like I know that like I tend to sensationalize and say that religion is harmful, and if you've been here before, you've probably heard me say some approximation of that. But this is the harm. When you raise a person to believe that they have to attribute their successes to somebody else, that can create a huge psychological gap in between confidence and self. You don't know how to appreciate your own successes in this world, and so you assume that everyone else is looking at you with some type of scrutiny, that you're under some sort of persecution or have to be like paranoia or some shit. Yeah, if you're a good person, you're good. True. Guy's a predator looking for those in pain. So it's sort of the male loneliness epidemic, you know, the shit that's like that people talk about on Reddit, or like what is it, the young male problem, where it's like, we gotta make sure that our boys are, I don't know what their obsession with little boys is, but it's like, we've got to make them masculine. We've got to make them, you know, ready to be hunters and ready to be real men, you know? And it's not really a backslide, because I think a lot of motivational gurus of the day will say that you should be, you know, forthcoming with your emotions, but a lot of them also hold on to that manosphere line where you don't do that. You're weak. You're weak if you show emotions. but like it all plays on a weakness. It all plays on like a need to belong. And that's why a lot of these fraternal organizations are so good at recruiting people, because it's very easy to fall into a pit of wanting to feel valued and loved and to belong to something. Let's say that you're like, you know, a drunk and you've just hit rock bottom and you're going to fucking AA and you're doing the 12 steps, which essentially integrates Christianity into your life simply by being part of the 12 steps. And you adopt this new lifestyle, and perhaps like the people who supported you before might not be Christian. Maybe they don't like having all that stuff, you know, being shoved down their throats. So they made their distance, and you know, you may attribute it to them being a part of your destructive lifestyle, but really that was your fucking support network. And so now you have nobody. Now you have nothing. What do? Do you perhaps go to the people who were last supportive of you, like the people in AA who are going to pat you on the back and tell you, we got you, man, we got you, and then fucking brainwash you? It's easy. It's easy to do that. That's why I don't in particular like Christianity, because I grew up adjacent. Like, my mom was a bigwig in the Salvation Army. She was a big person on the West Coast. Don't remember her title or whatever. But I would always be going to these like community centers and youth groups and whatnot, like just because she wanted me to be like a part of the community or whatever. And I was never religious, but like I get to see these things, you know, from a secular point of view, not having grown up around it. Everyone is brainwashed but me. Christians tend to enjoy saying stuff like that, or at least that alludes to that kind of thing. Which is also an overlap for America First people. I think your critique is misguided. You can't prove or disprove the existence of God through human reasoning. Okay. Our existence, and even more so our consciousness, are still total mysteries. Okay. Right, but the answer isn't just God. To any gap in our knowledge, the answer isn't always just, oh, okay, then, but God. I don't know if that's what you're arguing, but I don't think I made any other critique, except just that he doesn't exist, but that's my own personal opinion. But yeah, so we would be in these like community centers, and like I would get to sit in on like AA meetings, and because she would be like working late and shit, and that's why she had to take me with her. Like, she would pick me up from school, I'd go to work with her, she'd finish out her shift, and then we'd go home, yada yada yada. Single mom, you get it. So I would like be in these like community spaces, and I would see this like basically the sermons that they're giving to these AA people. Like, what are the steps are like, I have to accept that there's no greater power than the creator, you know, God. It's a Christian organization, so they're only going to peddle one God. And the same thing happens with what do you call it? The same thing happens with like chaplains in jail. You get people who are at their very lowest in life, and you have a state-sponsored fucking priest going in there. What do you think that he's preaching secular things? Like, do you think that he's saying, you can probably do this without God? I'd save God for the people who need him. You know? No! Hell no! Hell no, sir! They take advantage. They exploit. They do, and they hide it behind charity. And that's so fucking slimy. It's like, we're really helping the downtrodden and the destitute, you know? We're trying to be a loving, charitable group. Have you heard the gospel of Jesus Christ? I'll go get my Bible. You know? I did find God. Right. More power to you for finding God, and quit smoking heroin in NA. And then probably picked up a crazy cigarette habit. Because I hear that is like statistically just the most likely thing to happen when you go into NA. Like, you start fucking chain smoking. As all my friends who tried to kick drugs and went into NA were just like smoking like chimneys from then on. Not really traditional Christian, but I go back to the local Orthodox church sometimes. It brings me comfort. More power to you, as long as you're not trying to violate other people's rights and you don't believe that certain people shouldn't get to exist, then we all Gucci, my friend. Those are the Christians I like, you know? The people who can actually, like, let other people live in the kingdom that they're, like, supposed to be going to at the end of time. That kind of thing, you know? I think Lutherans, predominantly. I think. Not 100% sure. But I think. Well, yeah, Vic Morrison, that is exactly why I think religion can be a useful thing. It's because some people need structure in their life. They need to have guardrail or guidelines, or what is it? They need to be on rails. They need to. Some people like sandbox type games, right? Open world sandboxes. Other people really like AAA games that are on rails, where it's mostly like playing an action movie. It just comes down to like what you find fulfilling and what helps you become a better person. Not in God's eyes, but in everybody's eyes, right? Like the kingdom of God is in all man, right? St. Luke. Like we are supposed to be created in his image, right? And if he's supposed to be a being of peace and love, then we should be beings of peace and love. And if you're using Christianity to extol those virtues, I'm all about it. But that has to be inclusive. It has to be consistent across the board. It can't be, hell yeah, man. Fuck yeah, dog. I'm like that. Except for those black people. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be consistent across the board. There's got to be equity. There's got to be, you know, some admission that maybe we screwed up along the way. You know? I don't know. Maybe just some acknowledgement. Every Christian that I've talked to when I start talking about the slavery stuff attempts to justify it. And I'm like, you know that you can just disavow parts of the Bible, right? Like, I know that adherence to God and God's word is really, really important for Christians, but you can just say that that was a shitty thing that God did. That's a shitty thing. I can disagree with him on this. God's like if I was going to be religious, I would want to assume that God's like a friend to me. God is like a guy that hangs out on my couch when I crack open a beer. He's sitting there with his Jesus hair and his sandal. He's in his Jesus form, by the way, not the spirit or God. He's in Jesus form. And we can crack open a beer and we can talk about, you know, like issues of the day. We're like buddies, you know, we're friends, we're bonding. And if he says something I disagree with, he'd like, man, we should bring back slavery. I'd be like, holy shit. The fuck? You actually believe that? And he'd be like, well, yeah, I mean, it was just a product of the time, right? Like, you know, maybe things were more structured back then. I'd be like, come on, man. I don't necessarily agree with that. See, look, I just disagreed with God. And he'd be like, hey, man, you listen to me, all right? I may be in Jesus' form, but I did say historically, not a jot or tittle of the old laws shall change. I come not to abolish the old laws, but to fulfill them. All right? And then I'd be like, yeah, but I mean, slavery? Considering people property? Being able to beat them as long as they don't die? I can't gel with that, man. Like, I might have to just, like, not listen to your book anymore. Where are you from, fella? I am from originally California, but I live in Oregon right now. How dare I what? You know, I'd be like, you could have just taken that part out of the Bible. And he's like, it's the Bible. This is my dad's document. This is what you guys are all supposed to live by. It's a bunch of allegorical stories. I mean, real stories. There were giants and Atlantis. Don't fucking cyberbully me. And you know, I can't change it. But you guys tell people to take slaves. You don't see a problem with that. Be like, okay, but I mean, you know, I get it. I get your issue with what we're talking about here. Slavery's wrong. Absolutely. It shouldn't have been like that. Beat. And scene. Anyone right of Bernie Sanders is a Nazi. Weird language, Skippy. Not something I guess I really agree with at all, but okay. Sure. I've never been able to make myself believe in God as a guy. I don't know why you felt the need to specify, but More power to you. I think we're all one big ball of atoms in space. Yeah, I mean, that could be. I don't know. Perhaps. We're all connected, but without vacuum between us, that's the Holy Spirit to me. I mean, sure. I don't know. I don't myself purport to know what reality consists of. I think that it's fair to say that collectively as a species, we cannot tell. Oh, no, like God being a guy. Okay, gotcha. We can't tell that we are specifically conscious, or that the reality that we're perceiving is real. Like we can't tell that. It may be mind-blowing, not mind-blowing, it might be mind-bending and like somewhat existential and like, oh God, what's the point then? You know, to think about it like that. But remember what Cypher said, okay? Yea, oh unto you, Cypher of the Matrix, God bless to the Wachowskis for delivering thou unto mine eye and ears, as ye explain the ever popular proverb, if it looks like a steak, it tastes like a steak, whatever he says. I have no reason to believe that it's not a steak. You know, like, gospel right there. Straight to thine ear. Straight to thine own ear. Ear holes. They will say anything to defend God. Well, yeah, I mean, the Bible is a series of contradictions, because it's like, you know how kids in the play yard, they're like, oh, well, I have shield times 1,000, and you're not able to get through it because it's a shield times 1,000. And then the other kid's like, yeah, but I got a needle piercer sword that'll pierce any sword, and it's a times a million, and so your shield is gonna go down. And then they'll be like, yeah, but I have telekinesis times 10 a billion, and I can use that to make you go that way, sir, friend. And the friend goes like, yeah, but I have rocket launcher times 1,000, and that's the most powerful rocket that anyone's ever seen, and it's a secret development, so you can't counter it. No lixies, no stampies, no takey backsies, infinity and beyond. And so on and so forth. That's how religion basically came about. The first book, just talking about the beginning of the world, you know. Although I don't think it's in order. I'm going to say there are definitely some gospels that came out first. I actually don't know the history of how all the books of the Bible came together, so I won't speak on that, but I don't know. Grift is a grift. Rock, paper, scissors, and then someone whips out prayer and beats all the others. Or the nuke, right? You know? You guys remember Terminator 2? Or did I just humiliate myself for no reason? Great music for it, by the way. I think I'm a little phlegmy. You know, I just got over being sick. And I have to wean myself off of my ADHD medication, so I'm getting phlegmy. I think is probably the best way to describe it. And I keep starting to lose my voice at random times. I think I got like an infection maybe in there. You know? Don't you fucking call me old. I do that enough to myself. I don't need somebody reinforcing it. I know it's there. We're all old. Shut up.
Why the prayers?
Don't fucking cyberbully me. All right?
Never got
I won't take it. I was cyberbullied within an inch of my life last night.
You start asking, what did I do?
Shut up.
Why is God punishing me? You try to stay faithful. You read,
I put this down on the bottom of the screen.
And
it does this little visual thing where it freezes.
It's proof that he's gone. You look around and everyone else seems to be thriving, while you're barely holding it together.
Term 2 is like 30, ain't it?
To think maybe I've ruined his plan for me.
What did I say earlier?
What if
No, shut up. No. Okay, no, shut up. There have been 1,000 Terminator movies, all right? Don't fucking bully me over one. And it exists. Okay, something starts a long time ago, and then it exists, and it continues to exist. All right, so I could have just seen it last week when I turned 30. I've been told I could pass for like 25, so cut me some slack. Okay, I try to take care of myself. Maybe not in the midsection area, but I do take pride in my greasy skin. I am just oiled up like a mug right now because it's so hot in here. It's supposed to snow tomorrow. It's supposed to snow. And it's sweltering hot in here. How is this reality? How is this? I mean, checkmate. Fucking environmentalists. Where the fuck is our goddamn global warming, huh? Checkmate, libtards. Explain global warming. It's supposed to snow tomorrow. Dad bod, yeah, pretty much. I got just about the right amount of SOG in all the right curvature areas. Italian, no. Good lord. Good lord. It should snow until about April 29th. Well, not in Oregon. The fucking weatherman is sitting there going like, it's uncharacteristically warm this time of year. Right? Each day we wake up, it's over 35. And I'm like, my puppy doesn't get to see the snow. My goddamn puppy. She wants to see the snow. It's fine. I believe, I'm not sure on what my my nationality is, but I think I am some type of Latino, and then some type of Eastern European. Other than that, there's probably some German in there. There's probably some amount of Pacific Islander. I know that my dad was half Mexican, I believe. And then the other half was, I think it was nebulous. I think that they had discussed it and he just never like really knew. But I think it was like some kind of Pacific Islander. He said they might have come from the Philippines. They might have come from like, I don't know. How is Christianity evil? Well, Jesus lover. Not that it'll convince you, but Christians have used the Bible to justify a whole lot of atrocities since, I don't know, since it began. So, I mean, actually, so far today, we've really only determined conclusively, I would say thus far, at 77% on the poll in the chat right now, that MAGA is the bigger evil. So, you guys are in the clear today, I guess, apparently. But it's not necessarily that the concept of Christianity is evil. It's more so that the people who practice it can be evil. And if you house people who are, you know, bad people, then it can be argued that maybe the umbrella that they're hiding under is the problem. You know? Know what I mean? A name like Jesus Lover kind of makes it, though, pretty crazy that you would even be trying to approach this in good faith, but I'm willing to hear it. Maybe you didn't know that that's what it was going to come up like. I don't know.
It's not punishment. What if the breaking isn't proof he's distant, but evidence he's doing something deeper? Because sometimes, before God rebuilds your life, he lets the version you built without him fall apart. He's not being cruel, he's being kind.
I mean, my initial question is, okay, then how would you define cruel? Because cruel is, I would say, if you have the power to fix something and you choose not to, either out of, you know, a need to teach a lesson. If you're omnipresent and you're omnipowerful and you're all good and all loving, then you can create a world in which none of this suffering exists, where everyone's happy. And there's like Christians push back against that by saying like, oh, well, what would be the point of that? And it's like, well, no shit. I think that I learn from a lot of the sadness that I go through. And I think that it is, you know, a good thing that people experience trauma. It's fine. You're entitled to an opinion. I'm just challenging it. No, you're asking a question. That's fine. But asking a question is not challenging it. Unless you're just trying to ask me to verify what I believe, which is also pretty weird. Bit of a busybody, right? What on earth is this music? What was that? I had never heard of that before. Keep it going, I guess. Oh, no. Okay, well. Nope, that was a different channel entirely.
He's pulling out the roots of self-dependence, tearing down what couldn't hold you. So
Holy, eternal, omnipresent greetings, cousins and earthlings. Archbishop Richard Force Ginn.
You've been rescued from what was never meant to save you. The collapse wasn't the end. It was the mercy that made room for grace.
Ah! Oh God, he's gone. Did he just get up and leave?
You haven't been abandoned.
Is that how? Please tell me that's how he does all of them.
The collapse wasn't.
I don't want to listen to all this. Come on. Oh, and I'm gone. Oh, that's good stuff. I love that. Hilarious. I mean, I don't really know what to react to. He's really just telling you the same shit that people in AA say. You're going, you know, this too shall pass. Shit like that. I don't know. It doesn't feel substantive to me because you're just saying like, yeah, man. Sure sounds rough. Have you heard the gospel of Jesus? You know, like I don't gel with that, man. I know that I don't gel with that is a very ancient phrase, but ancient BI.
Because if America is a nation and a nation is its people, and if those people are replaced,
Why is it just fucking Nick Fuentes shit?
Tonight, President
Replaced.
Because if America is a nation and a nation is its people, and if those people are replaced,
What could he possibly mean? Like, what could he... There is no reality in which he doesn't mean white people. If you just heard that, somebody's like, you just like on the subway and somebody's like talking to a person next to them and they say that if you replace its people, who would you be talking about? Who could you possibly be talking about? Yeah, no shit, Skippy. A lot of Fuentes. It's a lot of Nazi shit because I very often react to this type of video. You're an undercover fan of fucking Nick Fuentes? Been talking against him for, goddamn, how long has it been now? 10 years at this point? So I've been very good at hiding it, if that is the case.
and will not exist any longer, then that means the nation dies with the people.
No. America is whoever lives there. It was the Native Americans before we ethnic cleansed them, right? I mean, I feel like, do you just ignore all of history when you come up with bullshit like that? Like, you're just ignoring just all of history, it feels like. I don't know. That's weird, you know? Jesus loves you, and Jesus, I mean, he could have just been a guy for all you know. You don't know that any of the things that he prophesied came true, or any of the miracles he performed were legit. He could have just been a fucking guy. And you're here waxing his dick and wants to spend eternity with you. That sounds like a daddy. I don't need one. But if you refuse his mercy, then you have to serve punishment of your sins. Right. So believe in God or burn in hell. Sounds like you're such a super good person. Especially when you just wish death upon people. anyone who doesn't believe in your God gets to burn in hell. Super cool. Super cool of you. Oh no, that's what God says. You're saying it. We have no proof that God exists. We have proof that you exist, and you're saying it. So it's you who's the monster.
The nation has been replaced. America.
So, America, as a nation, is full of citizens. It's just chock full of citizens. Got a bunch of citizens here. There's a bunch of citizens in this country. Look, there's a flag waving in my background. All right? We got so many citizens. We got citizens coming out our ears over here, right? So the entirety of those citizens, which is broken up into several different demographics, one of those is race. And wouldn't you know it, there's a real large amount of people here who have different skin colors. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that insane? You would have to assume that if the national people of America are somehow getting replaced by immigrants, you got to ask, hey, where are those immigrants coming from? Which means, I mean, you're also kind of asking what color their skin is, perhaps. And I guess in response to that, like, I mean, if the Germans were going to come over and replace us, do you think that Nick Fuentes would necessarily have a problem with that? Yeah, because he's a nationalist. But, I mean, what if they just integrated themselves into our society? You know, came in on visas and maybe overstayed them a little bit. Illegal immigration, you know, just throw that in there. And then they, they falsify some documents, you know. They're well off. Probably came over with a bunch of money, you know. Trading fentanyl and stuff. Human trafficking. And they incorporate themselves into society. They get some papers. They are able to legitimize themselves. And then they start the legal process. And eventually, after about 10 years, they're able to actually get into, you know, the U.S. as a full citizen because they could afford it. And then they run for office. And then they get a seat on the, local Senate. Maybe they run for Congress. Maybe they, become a governor. I mean, they could, Germans, this metaphorical replacement that's happening, they could just integrate themselves into society, right? And then just like in Captain America, the best one, Winter Soldier, one person could just go Hail Hydra, and then all of a sudden all your Triskelions are missiled out of the air or something. I don't remember what happened. Some kind of Minority Report type precog crime bullshit. They're trying to espionage into the American, like the CIA, whatever shield, whoever they were replacing for the real life analog, yeah, it could happen. But something tells me that, I mean, that's, I was just describing America, right? Like I was just describing how America works. Like that's the joke. I know that I'm dry. I know that my comedy's dry. It's very dry. But that was the joke. I was just describing how America works. And it didn't work the first 3 or 4 times when they tried it, but it's working now, apparently. Is there any wonder why Trump idolizes Jackson? Michael Jackson? They're both obsessed with little boys. But it's totally free will, right? It's not even free choice at this point, right? I mean, there is no choice with God. You have no choice. You either believe in God or you burn in hell. That's just how God operates. Like, he does not allow for anyone to not believe in him. Because if you do, you are not welcome in the gosh darn kingdom of God.
Tonight, President Trump dropped the longest State of the Union in American history, 1 hour and 48 minutes, beating his own record. And here's why it was a complete win for the administration and a total disaster for Democrats. He started out with the golden age.
Well, I mean, he mostly just talked shit about Democrats the entire time. I mean, if you noticed, he was just saying that, like, the Democrats, the party's lost their way, and like, oh, I wish we could work together, but they're just all demons and monsters, oh, democrats, the whole time. I I mean...
Our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, stronger. Inflation has been crushed to 1.7.
Right, and yet, all of the modern economists that have weighed in on this have disagreed. I understand that there's a lot of, idolization. There's a lot of hero worship over these just many things that people say that Trump has accomplished. But he's like, every business that he has founded has become dissolved. He is not a successful businessman. He was in a bunch of debt. Clearly working for the Russians at some point. Like, you just had to read the news. I mean, that's it. Oh boy.
Percent. Gas is under $2.30 and as low as
Where the fuck are you seeing that? I mean, maybe recently, but certainly not consistently, and certainly not for the entire year. How do you bankrupt the casino? For real, dude. The house always fucking wins. It means that you have debts to people that, are shady. If you're under the VIG and you are making money hand over fist month after month, then you've borrowed too much money. And I bet you that might have been like debts that his dad had incurred because he was like a notorious philanderer. Because Donnie only got left $1 million when he died. Or he got a loan of $1 million to start his business, right? It's funny how, like, it's same with Trump, same with Elon Musk. Oh, I got $1 million from my dad to help me start a company. But I pulled myself up from my bootstraps after all that, I promise. Hogwash! Hogwash! I just wanted to say hogwash. Thought it'd be fun. It was fun. It was fun to say. I enjoyed saying it. I'm going to say it again. Hogwash! I love it.
$1.85 in Iowa. Mortgage rates are at 4-year lows.
Ooh, that sounds like a cherry-picked stat. That sounds like it. Prove Trump is evil. I mean, raping children seems pretty evil. Does it not? Because that account's pretty credible. 13-year-old girl, younger on the Epstein Island, mentioned 130,000 times. Oftentimes as the best friend of Mr. Epstein himself. I mean, I think at this point you'd have to prove he's not evil, right? Because of all the criminal convictions, his own side prosecuting him, or coming up with that, what was it, the Russia hoax, right? Russia. You can't be a decent person and think that Trump is good. You just can't. I mean, I think it owes to probably a cowing down to a religion that puts you in such a submissive state. Just because someone's in authority, or because you think someone is successful or rich, or whatever your kink is. It's not very Christian to have false idols. No one else but me. No one else but God. That's what he said, right? Thou shalt not have any other God but me. I am British, so I don't know enough. I worded it like I am defending him. I am just curious. Yeah, you did. You worded it pretty combatively. I'll acknowledge that. And I did explain. So I hope you have a better understanding now. I'm twirling my... This is like my little sort of fidget spinner for the modern age. It's a wireless charging pad. That's right. I know how to repurpose electronics. They don't always have to go into the recycle pile. Sometimes you can fidget them.
Saving families $5,000 a year.
Oh, cool. $5,000 a year. I mean, we're still paying more for groceries. Do you guys know what basket size is? So it's a really cool metric that grocery stores will usually release in their quarterlies, talking about how much the average person spends on their entire order. And basket size has been one of those metrics that people will either like live or die by. And I got it. Sorry, headphone users. Will live or die by, and people get fired if basket size goes down. And we're talking like store managers. And so increasing basket size is just always the topic of the day. And during earnings calls and just in any like operations meeting, it's always about increasing basket size. You'll always fucking hear about basket size. Can you tell I'm bitter about the term? I fucking hate hearing it. But so the average American, not anyone else. I only know American statistics, and this is like from 5 years ago, so it may be different now. The average American spends roughly, was it $46 on a weekday and $85 on a weekend. And I mean, we could probably adjust for the inflation that's happened since then. So I mean, like let's say like maybe, I don't know, $50 and then $100. It's an interesting metric because I mean, just extrapolate that out into how much families spend a year. And I mean, I don't have a calculator right now. I don't know if I could. Is there a calculator? I'll just use it. Okay. So if you take, what is it? 50. How many times? I think people go shopping like 2 to 3 times a week. And so like, I'd say maybe one weekend day and one, this is all hypothetical. I don't know if these are actually true, but I'd say like one weekday and one weekend day sounds fair enough to me. So we can call it here. I'll put this on the screen so I'm not just typing numbers. 50 plus 100, right? And then if you break that up into, well, let's say times 4, and then 12 months in a year. So what they're spending in groceries because of the increased inflation, and I'm just saying that there has been increased inflation since the last time I knew these numbers, and I'm just using that as an example to tell you what people spend a year due to inflation. But this already overrides a $5,000 a year savings for family. And guess what that fucking tax credit was doing during the COVID era? It was saving more than $2,000 a year for families. And especially if you had more than like 2 kids or whatever, you got like $2,000. That the average tax burden for a person would have given a refund if you had kids, but not with these policies. Not taking that shit away. So the big beautiful bill aimed to get rid of the social programs that were allowing for families to afford more food and to be less indebted at the end of the year. That's pretty evil, I'd say. Just another example of Trump being an absolute dickhole. Or dickhead. As the UK lingity goes.
Year, the stock market hit 53 record highs.
Tell me, average Americans, do you own stocks? And I don't mean crypto, and I don't mean do you pretend to own stocks. Do you fucking own stocks? In what? Anything good? How many shares? Is it enough to make money, or are you just I'm playing the stock market a little bit. Do you have a fucking portfolio on your phone app? The stock market is only beneficial for rich people or people who think that they're rich. It is not a true measure of any fucking thing. Except, I mean, the financial health of the government, or of the country. But really all that says is, yep, corporations are still in charge. Enjoy. That's not a flex, I would say. I mean, when was the last time that you dumped S&P into like a high yield account and reinvested? I would say that there's not a whole lot of people doing that. I would say that they're either letting their funds appreciate or they're doing pump and dump schemes because crypto exists. That's an easier way and a quicker way to make money for them.
$17 trillion have been secured in new investments, 70,000 new construction jobs.
Those are just nebulous numbers. Like, that doesn't mean shit. What else are you sacrificing in order to get these? That's what people should be asking.
And oil production is up 600,000 barrels a day.
Because we took over a country. Yeah, we invaded a country. We took their oil. Of course. Of course oil production's up.
We've seen some of the biggest tax cuts in history.
For the wealthy!
No tax on tips, overtime, or social security.
Go fuck yourself on the no tax on tip thing. That perpetuates a broken fucking system. If you've ever worked a service job, and now you don't have to claim, which means you still have a fucking tax burden. You still have a tax burden. No tax on tips means that now you have to make even more micromanaging decisions over your funds because you don't know where the next fucking tip is coming from. Service employees just need to be paid a living wage. Fuck off.
And Democrats voted against all of it. He talked about the many
Yeah, because it's evil.
wars that have ceased to exist this last year because of him. This year he introduced Trump.
And yet, here's a new one. I bet you're feeling real fucking stupid right now. No, probably not.
Tax-free savings for every kid.
Remember,
from 2020.
zero accountability. Zero accountability. Both MAGA and Christians claim zero accountability. God is just a business partner who's credible and doesn't take a cut. You know?
2025 to 2028, already seeded with billions from private donors. Factories are roaring back, DEI is dead.
In case anyone doesn't know, DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the reason that it needed to exist was because businesses would continue to discriminate, citing nebulous things like religious freedom, in order to discriminate against marginalized groups. And so those people in those groups, and even then internalized racism and phobias, any kind of otherism, were always kind of present in the business world. And as much as we try to combat that through things like the Civil Rights Act, it still exists. Racism has existed. It's not like it was abolished. Racism is still very alive and well, and it is just like, what were you saying? DEI is dead. Yeah, it was a thing that existed in the hiring process and in the rental process, and just all these things that people engage in and are expected to be unbiased and not racist, and they were being biased and racist. And so DEI was essentially the government going like, well, you guys are being assholes, so now we have to actually step in. You guys are requiring us to step in and do something. Like, we wouldn't have been doing this if you weren't being racist and discriminating. And so some companies hired specialists to help with the process, DEI department, whatever, Sometimes it's just incorporating a method to change, like incorporating ways to increase their diversity, their equity, and their inclusion. It is always only ever what it says it is. Diversity, equity, inclusion. That's all it is. Is that a pajitni? I don't know what that word means. But no, DEI isn't dead. There are plenty of anti-racism campaigns that exist. You know, there's plenty of organizations that advocate against racism and for, you know, equity. So DEI is not dead. DEI as a policy was struck down in an executive order, but as far as I'm aware, they've only eliminated it in like governmental spaces. And that's like DC based too, like the Pentagon and, you know, the White House and the House and things like that. But I mean, there are still like gay people in the halls of Congress. And so like, I don't know, it's not dead. I don't know if there's even a circumstance in which you could say that it is. But no, anti-racism is going to be a thing as long as there's racism.
4 million people are off of food stamps. This is the
Describing that as a win is fucking wild. Food stamps specifically, yes. And the argument for that was that there were people who were scamming the system, yet there was no proof of that. It was just a rumor. It was one of those Fox News sensationalist headlines, and nobody verified. Nobody actually interviewed these people. Like, because that's... So how you get food stamps for, you know, fucking rich people that clearly have never gone through the process, obviously, and then middle classers who were just on the fence. Getting SNAP benefits requires a very long and complicated process that is often too frustrating for people to navigate due to poor fucking funding, and people often give up. So really, only about 30% of the people who need assistance ever actually get assistance. And that's either due to people not wanting to go through the process or not being able to comply with all of the things that they make you do. Now they're introducing a job requirement, which is why a lot of people got kicked off of food stamps. The whole point of food stamps is so that while you're impoverished, you can buy food for your family. That means unemployment. So literally removing the food from families' tables is fucking monstrous, and certainly puts a tick in the MAGA category for who's more evil. At least Christians will hide behind real food and real charity. Still shady, but I guess less shady than the bait and switch. Yeah, fuck. Saying that 2.4 million people are not accepting food stamps anymore is a bad thing for the country. Give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry, all that kind of shit. But also, a lot of these are children. A lot of these are families with small children that are not scamming the government. All of that has been prosecuted. So if you're talking about scams from like the COVID era, sure, people were doing that. Businesses were doing that. They were taking that fucking, what was it, the PPP money and like just running with it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But fucking families with children, they prosecuted all that fraud in the years following during the fucking Biden administration. And so she's saying now that the 2.4 million women and children that got kicked off SNAP, somehow that's a win? Not even Republicans agree with that. Fuck, man. That's just a crazy thing to claim as a victory for the right. Fuck.
Economic revival.
Oh, that gives me shivers. That makes me feel creeped out.
We've had a record number of deportations. The flow of fentanyl into the country is down 56%, and the murder rate is the lowest it's been in 120.
Made up numbers. In fact, the murder rate's grown. What news are you paying attention to? Is this just from the State of the Union? I knew he was just spouting bullshit that entire time.
America first means we don't go to war on behalf of other countries. But you wouldn't know about that, Ben Shapiro, because you're not America first, as we all know you're Israel first.
This is some of the infighting that we've seen between the right and the right. Between two sections of the right. It's good to see infighting. I hope they do it more. You know, we do it way too much. And I think, I mean, let me just get on my soapbox here. I feel like the people who... Shush, goddamn.
Tax.
Let me just get to a good...
Fell into lust again.
I like these like podcast style things. Ah!
Ready?
No, I want someone like fucking
Just keep showing up and keep.
sermonizing and shit.
My name is Jeremiah.
There we go, pastoring. Testifying, I think. He's about to testify. That's my guess. That's my guess. I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh, yeah. So, like, yeah, let me get on my fucking soapbox for a second. Like, you know, in keeping with the entire stream, the theme of my entire channel, I guess. I think that getting caught up in nuance when we are talking about, like, what's important and what isn't important, I think then we've, like, kind of lost the game already, you know? It's like when you're trying to debate someone about whether or not God is good, you need to start at whether or not he exists. And if you can't find empirical evidence that he exists, then you shouldn't carry the conversation on much further. There's not much value that can be gained by arguing over something that you can't establish exists. So, I mean, when it comes to arguing about, like, things that are political, if you get caught up in the nuance, like, oh, what's the definition of cruelty, or what's, you know, what you're miscommunicating this point, or you're engaging in this logical fallacy, then you've already lost. You're getting caught. You're doing exactly what they want you to do, which is adding to noise, A, and B, getting caught up over some stupid interpretation of a single word when what you're really trying to figure out is can we fucking all get together and get the Epstein files released? Or can we all get together and, like, prosecute the PDF files? Or, you know, like, the important stuff, you know? When you're angry about something, when you're angry about nuance, then it's hard to look at the bigger picture, right? But the bigger picture is trying to get fascists out, trying to combat modern day Nazism, and trying to get the Epstein files released. Is this person an existential threat? If you determine, sure, then you do that. But you don't go into, like, well, what is a narcissist? How do we determine what a good value is and what a bad value is? How do we determine what a good policy is? Does it take all these things into account? If not, we need to go back and revisit what it means. Bro, finally I found someone with brains on YouTube stream. Well, there are many people out there who have some brains. Just tends to get overshadowed by sensationalism.
The existence of the state of Israel is the single greatest guarantor of...
There is a shutdown. How many federal workers...
Ooh. What is this filter?
...plan to lay off?
Well, we may do a lot, and that's only because of the Democrats. And as you know, they want to be able to take care of people that have come in.
What the fuck am I watching?
To our country illegally, and no system can handle that. And so we're totally...
What? So the reason that immigration courts were stalled, like why it was taking such a long time for people to get citizenship, or at least go through the process, was because of lack of funding. Like, it certainly looks better, optics-wise, on the news, in newspapers, when you have tactical vests on and when you're aggressively rousting people from the country. You know, it looks better, right? And it sounds better. It sounds like we're taking America back. But really what we need is to make sure that our infrastructure works. And the best way to do that is to fund the right programs. And one of those programs that's been notoriously underfunded has been the crisis at the border. Sure that we spend a lot of time fucking talking about it. And we spend a lot of time demonizing all the people who are trying to fucking come here for better lives, which is why this whole thing was invented. Civilization was fucking invented in the first place. Instead, they're trying to look good in front of the media and their constituents. Both sides too, you know, like I hate to both sides it, but there's posturing happening regardless of which fucking group of children you belong to. But this is cult behavior, what this person is doing. Straight up. I won't sugarcoat it. So, how many federal workers do you plan to lay off? I think this was around the time when we were talking about all those, the Doge, like, layoffs? I don't know. It was October, I guess. But holy fuck, like... Why are you... I mean, can't you just be like every other reaction channel and just let the soundbite play and just do one of these, like... You know, and there's your clip, you know, and there's your short for the week, you know. I don't know why you had to memorize or are reciting the words that he said here. It was just a soundbite on the news, not something profound, not something like from a speech or motivational or inspiring. How is that not cult behavior? And the filter is just freaking me out. It is uncanny valleying me real hard.
This is America first.
Jesus Christ, dude. I have had so much Nick Fuentes pop up. I'm so over it at this point.
Ain't me no more. Watch this. Let it burn. Time for something better. America first, always. We're moving forward. No looking back. It's about us now.
What the fuck? So this is Sora. That was made with Sora. Is this a real person?
Look at this. This is beautiful. I'm out here with the right folks. No nigga shit going on out here. I love it. Look at this.
Is this real? Is this just like
Donald J. Trump is a true leader. Donald J. Trump is a true man, a man of his word. We're gonna stand up, we're gonna fight, fight, fight. I love Donald Trump. I love President Donald Trump. Donald Trump inspires me every day. Donald J. Trump inspires me every day. That's what a true leader and a man is supposed to look like.
So the thing I see here is made by AI.
This old cap, it ain't me no more. Watch this. Let it burn. Time for something better. America first, always.
Sora. And this doesn't seem to be AI. Okay, I get it. So this is an artist who I guess sucks too much to make it on his own without grifting. Is I guess what it seems like.
This is unbelievable. This is Netanyahu in Congress. Right, so
what is that? What's weird?
They're all clapping, all shaking his hand. I'm going to fast forward to when he gets to the podium. Okay, so it takes him about 2 minutes to get to the podium. He's reached the podium. They're clapping. Sit back and watch. Relax and watch this. This is America. And people make fun of North Korea.
For like 2 hours?
You know those videos of North Koreans and they're all clapping? It's time to hold up a mirror and look at yourself. It's gonna say.
Holy shit.
This.
That took a long time. That was quite the ovation. what do people call him? Uncle something? Uncle BB? Some shit like that? Yeah, that's pretty strange. I don't know if any of this is normal. I am not involved enough to have researched whether or not him speaking in front of Congress is a thing. I think world leaders have come by and just spoken to lawmakers before. I feel like that's relatively normal. I feel like that's like, I don't know. I don't think there's really anything weird about that. I don't know though for sure. So
This old cat?
Nope.
Half the people that run their mouth would never walk up to you or walk up to me and say what they say.
He said, I'm Kamala Harris. That's interesting.
Oh, stop right there. Stop right there. It's not real until you stand right here and you say it to my face.
Will I be arrested if I walk into that building and ask Congressman Donalds why he would slander me and my family that way?
yeah, I mean, if you're walking into a lawmaker's office to yell at him, and then you're stating that is your purpose, then they're probably not going to let you in. I mean, spirited discussion at the correct time and place is good, not just during office hours.
Until then, go ahead and run your mouth. You're less than nothing.
Florida is our home. America is our birthright, and we will never let them steal it from us.
Who's them? Who do you suppose that is? Only a couple of things it could be, right? To my knowledge. Guess we'll see.
Well, it's great to be here in the great state of Michigan. I want to thank, of course, the leadership of this great American manufacturer. Hatch was founded in 1952 by two brothers.
Our vice president knows the true heartbeat of America is not in Washington, D.C. It's right here with you.
Oh, this is in September. Jesus.
Listen, I
Christ.
traded in my MAGA hat for an America First one, and I still have...
Don't rebrand, guys. There's no reason to. You're splitting off into sects now. I need to pee. I must pee. Ooh-wee. Oh, my legs and my back and my old bones. Don't criticize my old bones.
Before I found God, I was deeply influenced by alcohol. And alcohol eventually led down a road of depression, and I was full of anger at the same time. And roughly my life came to a decision: either I'm going to take
Physical components of an addiction to alcohol. Cowardly child mutilators everywhere in government. I mean, I guess, but I think that you are anti-Semitic, if I remember correctly.
my life, but I didn't take it. God took it from me, and He completely flipped it around. I mean, I did a 180 on me, and I mean, he had to dive in that water and get me out. That's how bad it was. I've been going there for about a year now, and I've met some amazing people throughout my journey, and I could not be more grateful for this man standing back here, and Garrett and his wife here. So I thank you all very much.
So it's I don't think it's ever a good idea to diminish somebody's testimony. If God works for you, then okay. Not my cup of tea. But whatever. Believe in what you want. No such thing exists. What doesn't exist? No such thing as God?
Before I found God, I was deeply influenced by alcohol. And alcohol eventually led to down the road of depression, and I was full of anger at the same time.
But just like if I'm to give any commentary really on being influenced by alcohol, you should be able to give yourself credit if you get over it, you know? I think that owing your victory to God kind of, I don't know, makes me feel like you need to give yourself a little more credit. You know, I'm not obviously advertising to have pride, but you should be able to respect yourself enough to point out where you've been successful. I mean, pride isn't even, I would say undue pride, you know, would be more so what I think God was talking about, you know? But hey, I'm not a biblical blicklist, all right? Give yourself credit, you know? Learned helplessness. Well, I mean, that's what religious people have to kind of do in order to submit to God, right?
Look at me.
Oh, Jesus!
If you hate your life, give your life to someone who wants it. Who wants your life?
Gentlemen, America first or Israel first? America. I can tell these were real Americans right here. Look at.
What, because they look like Hitler Youth? Is that why?
Gentlemen, America.
Yeah, gee, I wonder who you support. Huh. I wonder who you support.
America first or Israel first? America. I can tell these were real Americans right here. Look at the real Americans. That's the swag of a real American. Now watch this. Watch this. Sir, America first or Israel first? You notice the difference? These are real Americans.
So, people with an inferiority complex who overcompensate. That's I mean, yeah. See, I guess the part of all this that I find the funniest or the most tragically hilarious is that people who are, I guess maybe religious as an umbrella term, it's like the air of superiority while trying to communicate that they're humble. You know, it's like a self-contradiction. And it's like, where's the hero worshipping coming from? You know, why is this guy so obsessed with what real men look like? I don't see the problem with America first over Israel first. Thus begins the downfall of every so-called anti-fascist. When the issue of Israel and Palestine arise, as well as taxation allocation. What the fuck are you talking about? You can invest time and money and resources into improving our infrastructure and not funding terrorism. Why would you think that those are two mutually exclusive issues? Sorry, I'm enjoying some sesame sticks from Trader Joe's. They're delicious. And what the fuck do you mean taxation allocation? I feel like you're just trying to be anti-Semitic because you don't like Jewish people. Why, I mean, why be inconsistent? Why not just say that? You know? Just say your truth, brother.
Who wants your life? Jesus Christ. When I was 17 years old, I was going to take my life because of depression and anxiety, and I thought I wasn't valuable enough. And now that I'm reflecting on my life, I had so many things that were idols in my life.
Right. Correlation, again, is not causation. So just because you noticed that you listened to music or that you enjoyed art and were also depressed doesn't mean that it was the art or the music that was doing it. The fact that they're getting money from the US, I didn't agree to it. I'm sure you didn't either, especially seeing as you're against what's happening in Palestine, presumably. Yeah, I'm against all foreign wars. Especially if we funded them and then armed both sides. Not a big fan of that. That would be called state-sponsored terrorism. Not a big fan. So why does Israel have free healthcare in college, but we give them $4 billion a year? Because they need bombs, man. They need fucking bombs. And they need, like, you know, napalm. Anti-Semitism isn't a thing. Yes, it is. Watch. Anti-Semitism is prejudice, hostility, or discrimination directed at Jews as individuals or as a group based on their religion, culture, or ethnicity. Did you want to try again? Or did you just want to keep looking like a fucking moron? You're anti-Semitic. I've seen you here before. Like, you don't have to pretend. And you certainly ain't got a lie to kick it, man. Just say you don't like Jews. You calling them names does not make them evil. We, as a secular government, used to promote circumcision as a health practice. And we did that up until fucking the year 2000. So, have you tried shutting the fuck up? It might work wonders for you. It might. Maybe don't be a dickhole and hate on the Jews for no reason. I mean, unless, you know, you're acting out of processing some kind of trauma, which is still acting out. So, I don't know. Internalize that, maybe. Why don't you? For a bit. Hmm? And I mean, you know that there are people who don't conduct circumcisions, right? Like, just in general. And you don't think that what you're saying sounds childish? Typical spectacles wear. Okay, so I'm old and I stare at screens a lot. That's something I should be ashamed of? Or find insulting? Weird. Enjoy your antidepressants. You mean enjoy my continued mental health because I was able to get the treatment that I needed? I actually don't take antidepressants anymore, but if I did, it wouldn't be a problem either. Getting treatment for a disease? That's fucking weird, man. Hey, you nerd! Ha ha ha! Keep being a nerd, you nerd! Ha ha ha! Real good stuff. I'm super insulted. I bet you need glasses to see! Fucking nerd! Yeah. It's true. I find it more difficult to see without them. Yep. You win. You win that one. I bet you don't wear glasses.
Pornography, girls. Years old, I was going to take my life because of depression and anxiety, and I thought I wasn't valuable enough. And now that I'm reflecting on my life, I had so many things that were idols in my life.
So let's just if you guys aren't, you know, the psychology types, then you may not have absorbed this when he was saying it the first two times. Let's just start it over. Try to listen to what he's saying. I guarantee you, if you don't catch it, I'll just explain it.
When I was 17 years old, I was going to take my life because of depression and anxiety, and I thought I wasn't valuable enough. And now that I'm reflecting on my life, I had so many things that were idols in my life. People pleasing, pornography, girls, money, fame, all of these things when I was 17 years old. And I kept going back to these things because it was familiar, even though I knew it was going to let me down. And finally, I came to the place where I was going to take my life because I thought I wasn't valuable.
Right. If you assess your value through those things, you're going to be disappointed. You are setting yourself up for failure. And if you're going to try and like attribute it to something that is outside of space and time, then you're either trying to make excuses for yourself or you're just trying to reach out for some kind of support, someone to tell you that it's okay and that it wasn't your fault. And I think that this is a lot of where the men's rights activists and where a lot of the male loneliness epidemic stuff comes from. It's really just people not getting the support that they needed and acting out in different ways. And for him, like, sadly enough, this person was ready to take their life because girls weren't working out for them, because people pleasing wasn't working out for them, because money wasn't working out for them. These are all external things. It's not some like concentration on idols or something. It's that you had a tough go of it. Your mental health didn't improve when you tried to engage in things that would normally help with mental health. So you have some kind of an issue that you're dealing with. And it's these external issues that are not causing it. But not only that, not just the psychological aspect of this, but he's also shirking responsibility. Like, if you can attribute all of your failings to some external force, like I didn't believe in God hard enough, then how are you ever going to take accountability or responsibility for the actual part you played in the shit that led up to this? If he's at a point where he's suicidal because of how little value he feels, he had a part to play in all of this. And it's all due to these like failures that happened around him because he didn't believe in God hard enough. Isn't that sad? That makes me feel bad for him. I wish I could have helped at a time when he needed it, you know? Fuck. And so you learn how to put your responsibility and your accountability onto a demon. You learn how to put it onto somebody else, onto some external force that doesn't hold you accountable. And then when you have a success in your life, you have to attribute it to something that you can't even prove exists, that you have to have faith that exists. So all of this takes away your humanity. It takes away your free will, I guess, right? You have to receive all of your benefits and all of your love and grace from an external force. That is extremely restrictive, and that sucks. I can't imagine having to deal with that conflict. Why it seems like Christians are so brainwashed, you know, and that may not always be the truth, but there is psychological conditioning that goes in, that is baked into the religion itself. Poor guy.
Jesus said that.
There he is again. No, I want more of like a podcast style. Someone actually like talking views, you know?
We're losing America.
No, did I lose the search?
Filthy.
I lost the search. Keep going down. Go on, keep going. There you go. It's all just the same spammy bullshit. Is this AI? That looks like AI.
I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
Destruction, terrorism.
I mean, I don't know. Celebrating death just kind of feels morbid, you know? Come on, just a few more videos. We can do this. Oh, here we go. That's not what I clicked on. What are we doing? TikTok? What are we doing? Just show me this stupid thing. Oh, God damn it. Show me this stupid TikTok. I'm just trying to find someone in like a more of a actually talking situation here. Why is it doing that? Is that not strange? Right?
Half the people.
The same city that found Trump
There we go.
guilty.
So last night, President Trump asked everyone to stand if they believe that the first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens. And the Democrats refused to stand.
I mean, I would say that the duties of America are pretty complex, as laid out in the fucking Constitution, and the 14th Amendment specifically differentiates between citizens and all people. It is actually an amendment that is meant to protect all people under American laws. So, I mean, saying that the first duty, sure, but right next to it is taking care of all people. If you're going to just cherry pick the phrases that you like out of the Constitution, then you're gonna have a bad time if you're on the opposite side of, you know, truth and justice and whatnot.
Can't make this shit up.
A nation that won't prioritize its own citizens isn't compassionate, it's confused. I mean, that's your opinion. If leaders can't stand for protecting Americans first, what are they protecting? I mean, isn't that what the fucking left platform is all? What the fuck? What do you think we're doing? What do you think that we're advocating for? What? I don't protecting Americans, like developing social systems, better social systems, more robust social programs, infrastructure, funding for schools, SNAP benefits, Medicare, Medicaid, healthcare in general. For real? I mean, the entire time we've been advocating for protecting American citizens. It's fucking crazy. The mental gymnastics to get from the position that is just normal and baseline, which is like people should be able to have the basic level of healthcare that we all deserve.
I guess y'all seen where they invaded. I say invaded that church over in Minneapolis. Didn't nobody go to jail. But you know
Seen and now this girl, your body girl, and they done been there for died and buried in there.
when the Christians, when they was going to abortion clinics and protesting there, they went to jail.
No. I don't know what the fuck you think you're talking about, but no. Typically that doesn't happen. Westboro Baptist Church does this shit fucking constantly. That's like their daily ritual, is sitting outside an abortion clinic. I would say the only reason why someone would get arrested in terms of an abortion clinic would be if they're trying to go in and you know, like push through personnel and try to convince people not to have abortions, like from inside where they're not allowed. Sure. Violating HIPAA, you know, not to mention like not just privacy concerns, but security concerns. You know, you could go in there with a bomb or something, as is actually evidenced by history. Recent history, in fact. So, I mean, if you are an agitator and you're going to an abortion clinic to try and stop what's going on, to try to stop abortions from happening, then you're going to be seen as combative, and maybe people, you know, they might arrest you if you're assaulting people or if you're creating an unsafe environment, disturbing the peace, I believe is what that falls under. Sure. But no, you don't just get arrested by virtue of being Christian and going out and protesting abortion. That's a protected right that we have as Americans. You're allowed to protest. It's you guys that don't like protesting. It's you folks that want to kill people who protest. I mean, let's be honest here.
For going on that property, trying to stop people from having abortions, they went to jail.
Only the people who attacked, who presented physical violence risks, sure. As well they should have.
That's crazy. Getting out of hand. Y'all better
Oh,
be ready.
that was your point. Better be ready for what? Christians of the internet, can you tell me ready for what? Ready for what? Christian white nationalists of the internet, can you tell me what? Ready for what? Could the word that follows perhaps be translated comfortably to jihad? Potentially? I don't know. I don't know where this guy's head's at. I think I got a good guess, though. Okay, Korn would hate that this song is being played as like a patriot theme.
Freedom of the Iranian people is not the...
They would be very upset.
Yo, hold the fuck up. Let me see if I can get this straight, because there's just no fucking way. First...
I mean, I feel like if you start out a video yelling, you've instantly lost my interest. I mean, just in terms of, like, if you're ever debating somebody. I don't know if any of the three viewers are debate bros, but if you go and debate somebody, starting with an aggressive and angry tone is typically not how you would do that, because it doesn't really communicate your point very well. And, you know, if you're seen as just angry and aggressive, then you might be too emotional to have an argument. At least right now. Go and have a cocktail and settle down. Maybe don't incorporate alcohol in this whole equation, but in the 50s, I guess.
This motherfucker starts a trade war that everybody told him wasn't going to work. Then he goes out and bails out the Argentinian government to the tune of $20 billion so China can buy soybeans from them instead of buying them from American farmers. Then he says we're going to help those American farmers with tariff revenue, which, by the way, we ain't fucking seen yet. Then
He did. You guys haven't seen the 1776 personal checks that have been going out? You haven't been seeing that? I didn't either, but aren't subsidies going out? Aren't we supposed to be funding American farmers? He doesn't seem to think so, and he seems very impassioned.
turns right around, bends over, and says, "You didn't fuck me good enough the first time," and bails out Argentina again and says we're going to buy Argentine beef instead of American beef from...
Which was, I thought, so nice of Trump to say. I was like, what about American cattle farmers? What happened? I was like, did they stop making beef in America?
American farmers, and the cherry on top of it all, he then tells the Department of Justice that they owe him $230 million fucking dollars in personal damages, and you're telling me that while he was doing all that shit, I had to sit my fat ass in my hometown all last week and watch some of y'all drag my fucking name through the fucking dirt and call...
I don't know who this guy is. I guess he does music. But I mean, if he does music, that's probably why he's yelling. Maybe that's like part of his characteristics. I don't know why Trump thinks that he deserves money from the Department of Justice. I actually don't know the details of that, but that is just a wild claim. You guys owe me
What if we have like shiny
for I guess protecting you?
You look incredibly.
I guess.
Every woman he came in contact.
Sent $20. Come on, not Nick Fuentes.
To be
Just
clear,
some like regular
You know what
podcast
would
type guys,
happen?
huh?
Oh, I guess we're all.
Donald Trump.
Look, I am running on the Republican.
There's a lot to talk about.
Fishback.
First. How do you think I get?
Jeez, this is all. Do you guys not? Do you guys not remember? Because I do. Back in those history books where they talk about there was not an imminent threat, where they talk about propaganda during World War II and how it was really pervasive and how it just was like always in keeping for some reason with what the administration was saying, right? Isn't that kind of like, I don't know. I think I remember vaguely remembering. I remember vaguely remembering something. I think I remember vaguely, something about propaganda, something about like, demonizing entire peoples. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm misremembering, but pretty sure I remember that being part of history class.
This. How could they say that the Christ is David's son? For David himself says in the book of Psalms, the Lord said,
okay, I didn't want to listen to the Bible passage. There we go. Here we go.
His character and his deity is not at outsmarting someone, not debating them, not claiming to be a Christian and being angry. It starts by looking.
No, what are you doing?
It's the way that you defend Christ, his character, and his deity.
He kind of sounds like ChatGPT. I don't think that he's like reading a ChatGPT script or anything, but he's doing the average, the three things. You do a 3 count, right? The way you defend Christ.
It's the way that you defend.
Right, the way that you defend Christ.
And Christ, his
character, and his deity. It's always a 3 thing, right? And then ChatGPT goes.
Not at outsmarting someone.
Not at outsmarting someone. Right? Not debating them. And then they do 3 more things that are negatives.
Them not claiming to be a Christian and holding grudges against people, but
see, like, isn't that he's talking exactly like ChatGPT does? He's like a living LLM.
Defending Christ and his deity is doing it with gentleness and respect.
I mean, this is word salad. He said. Well, I'll say it as he's saying it. Watch.
His character and his deity is not at outsmarting someone, not debating them.
Defending Christ does not require debate.
Not claiming to be a Christian and being angry at them, not claiming to be a Christian and holding grudges against people, but
I'll tell you when he says something new.
Defending Christ and his deity is doing it with gentleness and respect. Meaning.
Okay, he elaborated. He said that defending Christ does not require debate and can include respectful discussion. And can be respectful. There we go. Christ does not require debate and can be respectful. There we go.
That every conversation, every interaction we have can be filled with love, kindness, and pulling the gold out of someone and pulling someone higher and calling someone higher and saying there's more for you because this lifetime is short. It could be my last interaction with you, my last podcast with you, but God forbid, this too could be your last podcast you listen to.
Okay, so defending God can involve respectful debate, but it doesn't have to. That's the first thing he said. So when you're talking to someone about God, do so with gentleness and respectfulness. That's all he said.
God forbid this too could be the last car ride you're on listening to the podcast. God forbid this too could be your last this, your last that. And I'm tired of us living like we have all the time in the world because we don't. We don't. And you see the wickedness in the world. This isn't like an end time scare. I'm never going to come. You will never ever see me go on a podcast.
You really just have to end it there. I'm never going to come. It's good enough. It's good enough, you know? He doesn't need more to be said. I think he did just fine there. He wrapped it all up for us. Wrapped it up for us all. Although something tells me he doesn't wrap it up. Not every time. Statistics. I'm just going by statistics here. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. Maybe indirectly. Not on purpose. But yeah, really, so all he said the entire time was, I mean, he expressed a desire for people not to die extensively for some reason. But he mostly was saying, if you want to defend Christ, you can do it. You don't have to do it in a debate setting. You can talk to people, have conversations, and do it in a graceful and respectful manner. That's all he was saying. That's all he's saying. But he took how long? Oh no, I've done it. I've done it. I've done myself. I've done myself. I've done me. I've done me up. I've done me up a right kipper. I don't know why I'm pulling a character out of this. But yeah, that's all he said. No, I didn't want to like that. No, not my algorithm.
Or video telling you God's coming.
1 minute. So he took a whole minute.
You defend.
He took a whole minute to say, if you want to defend Christ, you can do so outside of a debate, respectfully, gracefully, in a normal conversation. I guess you got to create the clip, right? You got to make it worth it, I suppose. Doesn't seem worth it. TBF.
No one will tell you how to make.
Come on, I want like people doing podcast shit.
But if you love Trump, you.
It's clearly AI. This is clearly AI. Oh my god.
If this offends you, good. Keep scrolling.
People do not move their mouth like that, first of all. Hey man, hope you've been well. Yeah, Luke, I'm doing pretty good. It's like her mouth was moving in reverse. And that says, what does that say? Tamaga? Stensfist. Yep. And the fact that one of the stars is like shyly hiding behind that little twirl of hair.
But if you love Trump.
And she absolutely did not say, if you love Trump. Fucking Christ. Oh, just finished watching some creationist live stream. They were pulling up some ancient creationist slop and then telling me I was owned. Like this stuff? Like the, this weird, like, AI stuff? I've seen that floating around, like how people are trying to talk about the Book of Enoch, but representing it with, like, Sora videos. I am all for it. I love watching that stuff. I think it's hilarious. I think people, like, rightly so, are concerned about AI and security issues and stuff like that. I totally get it. But also, AI can be really fucking funny. And I hate to diminish any kind of artwork when I say this very funny joke that I'm about to say. If they made better comedy, I wouldn't have to laugh at this stuff. Or maybe I just have a very specific taste in comedy, you know? Maybe I can at least acknowledge that, right? No AI, but like the story about a seal that was carbon dated after dying recently. Handmade slop. Yeah, I mean, in addition to a lot of the older arguments, there's a lot of people who try to make more modern arguments that are based on some like nebulous studies that have come out over the last like 10 years. It is a resurgence of the, like, so we saw the satanic panic, right? Like over things like Pokemon, Digimon, like video games, music, all this stuff. It's like, it kind of like it goes around the cultural merry-go-round and we end up right back where we started in that, you know, Pokemon is demons, I guess. But it's cyclical. It goes around and around and around. And so the arguments that are typically there are just the old ones that are wrapped up. It's like, well, what about this piece of evidence? Is it verified? Is it legitimate? Oh yeah, like Edgar and you know, Johnny over there, they carbon dated it and stuff. Did they substantiate the miracles? The answer is usually no. Oh, well, doesn't it matter that this person was around anyway? Like, doesn't that validate anything else surrounding those circumstances? No. Unfortunately, no. Usually evidence is what helps with that.
You just earned yourself a follower if you.
Yeah, ba. Watch. I'll try to say what she's saying. Okay. Samamifafasu Hajregot Eon Emanibadadad Chababadi right? You see that the star is hiding. It's shy. Well, there it is. No, it formed. But it's hiding. It's a shy star. And why is... I'm wondering... So, do you guys know that the AI programs that just take a picture and then, like, make an AI video out of it? I'm sure that's what's happening here. These guys are also very pro-Israel, believing we are bombing Iran in order to protect from a greater danger. What greater danger? There's no evidence that they were enriching uranium at all. 20, 30 views, the whole stream. Great stuff. Well, if that don't feel existential, I don't know what is. My normal average is around 5 viewers. So, I mean, if I can get them above slop channels, I'd be real happy. Be real impressed. Ah! That's so creepy. Like, their eyes are, like, magnetically drawn to the camera.
If this offends you,
Ah!
good. Keep scrolling. But if you love Trump, you.
But if you all. Look at her mouth. But if you all.
You just earned yourself a follower.
No, come on.
If you follow. But if you love Trump.
But if.
But if you love Trump. But if you love Trump. But if you love Trump.
Very clearly just an AI image or AI thing that is from like a real image. Although it almost makes me feel like it's fully AI generated because of the shirt. It's a backward F or a backward P. Like they couldn't decide, the AI couldn't decide whether it wanted to put Trump there or MAGA. And what is underneath Stay hacked. Yeah, I don't know. So not a real person. Let's see, is this a real person? That's not even the same fucking face. That's not the same face as that. For real? Or that. It's okay, it's 20, 30 people going, what's a scientist? Is creationist a scientist? Yeah, I mean, but I would be happy with the engagement. So I don't know if you guys know how YouTube works typically, but if... Why the fuck would I act like I'm an authority? I'm not an authority. I just know how my side of YouTube works from just my own analytics. But, like, you have these milestones that you have to hit in order to get monetized, and I'm still on the way to that. You have to have, like, 5,000 watch hours in a whole year. And if you don't meet that goal, it resets. And I don't necessarily know what 5,000 watch hours is. That's like I feel like that's a lot. But the more views you get on your videos, obviously, the more average watch time there is, and then the average... the view hours go up. And so eventually, if I finally hit 5,000, which I mean, for a big creator, that's not a lot. That's like an average day. But like, if I hit those 5,000 hours, I'm exaggerating. I'm super exaggerating. But like, if I hit those, then I'll actually just get into the monetized tier. So that way I'll actually be getting paid for my content, which is, I don't demand it, but it'd be cool. Certainly help with the financial burden, you know, being able to pay, what is it, like, I have to pay now $200 extra for my healthcare a month, which is a whole bill to me. Like, that's a whole extra bill, and the only thing I need healthcare for is my ADHD medication. So it's basically that my prescription has gone up by $200. So being able to like supplement that payment a little bit would help. And so I need to get those watch hours into that tier. So that's why I would say that I would definitely like to have those 20 to 30 people, even if they're just talking shit, you know? It helps. Every little bit helps. Every soldier in God's army lends a sword to the battle of... it fizzled out. It fizzled out. I didn't think of something to say, and it took too much time, and I fizzled out. I'll be the first to own it. I'll own it. None of these images are of the same girl. Well, correction. I'm sure that a lot of these... So that what tells me that it's generative AI is that it's all just the same type of girl, but all sort of in the same settings. So I'm guessing that these are all generative AI and that it's not just a picture that somebody took or a series of pictures. But they're trying to advertise this like it's the same person.
Screw the left. They keep leading me nasty.
Okay. I wasn't trying to do anything here. I was not trying to pick a particular reel. I was not trying. Good fellow humans. What the fuck prompt was being entered into Sora or whatever the fuck program this person was using? What prompt were you using? I mean, this whole thing here, right? That whole thing being so close to that. What was the prompt you were using? Dear creator. What possible prompt? I just... I mean, am I proud to be an American? What are we doing? What are we doing as a country? What is happening right now? Okay, hang on. Let me actually play it.
Comments for switching to the red side, and it's so annoying. Follow me if you're a supporter too. Screw the left. They keep leading me nasty comments for switching to the red side, and it's so annoying.
I don't... Yeah, I just heard the music. It's definitely going to get muted on my channel because of the copyright nature of it, but what the fudge? Go Trump, where do you want him to go? Zachary, where do you want him to go? To the store? Is he going to go over to Iran and fight in the conflict? We should probably, what, draft Barron, right?
Screw the left. They keep leading me nasty comments for switching to the red side, and it's so annoying.
I enjoy the consistency. I'm glad that Zachary, I love Trump. Okay, what do you love about him? Do you like his hair? Do you think that you would like to run your fingers through his hair or give him maybe a little peck on the cheek? What do you love about him? What do you like how his hands fit so delicately in the palm of your own? Or do you like that he rapes children? Which is it? Which of the things do you enjoy about Trump?
Follow me if you're a supporter too.
So, I only love Trump, but you love him in the way that you want to be inside him, or you want him to be inside you? Are you a 13-year-old girl or boy? Because he'd probably be down. I mean, I don't think I need to point out
They keep leading me nasty
that the entire structure of this is completely fucking blistered with AI. Magum.
Screw the left. They keep leading me nasty.
Her mouth isn't even moving in a human way.
Screw the left. They keep
Zadadat. Zadadat. You see, she started out by saying
leaving me
Zadadat.
nasty comments for
Boom.
switching to the red side, and it's so
That's sad?
annoying.
Yeah.
Follow me if you're a supporter too. Screw the left.
And there's another shy. It's a shy star.
Switching to the red side, and it's so annoying.
It's deforming as we
Follow
go.
me if
I
you're
don't.
a supporter.
Now, hey, calm down, guys. I'm not specifically focusing on her breasts. That would be objectification. I am looking for a shirt that I can find printing on that happens to be barely containing what appear to be her breasts. Okay? I am not just randomly focusing on that. There was a reason my eyes were drawn into that direction. Okay? Do not cyberbully me. Alright? I won't have it. I won't stand for it. What? MAGA is so undersupported. They're using fake AI, yeah. Her face paint is France, yep. Trump kisses random girls. I don't know that that's a good thing.
It starts by looking.
We're stacking points. Why are you? Why is he still here? We're supposed to be looking at Christians, and we ended up with one. And he's not even that bad of one. He's just I feel so bad. I want to give that dude a hug. Ah! Oh god, I increased the DPI of my mouse way too much.
Jesus tells us that lukewarm Christians will never step a foot into heaven. How do we prevent that? Here's 5 ways you can...
By being more militant. You know, you don't want to be a lukewarm Christian, right? Luke may be in that contained in that term, but you don't want to be as warm as he was. All right? He was too warm. Okay, and you know what they say, the brightest stars burn out twice as fast.
Stop yourself from being a lukewarm Christian. Number 1, spend time with God every single day, every day. Even if it's just 5 or 10 minutes, every minute matters.
Ah, yes. Regiment yourself. Totally not militant. Do they care about Iran war, or it's just cult supporting everything he does? I mean, typically, they just kind of like agree with him all the time. I mean, he's not supposed to be able to just go into another country and bomb, you know, the leader into dust and then just go, well, there you go. Enjoy, guys. One of the videos supporting the creationists shared was a guy explaining how our magnetic field would have torn up neutrons 60,000 years ago. Yeah, I mean, a lot of arguments against an old Earth are pretty stupid, and that would be one of them.
Because it draws
Sounds
you
like
closer to him, and every day you continue to do that.
So regiment yourself. Visit God every day, if you can. Grow a beard that makes it look fake, and then shave the other parts of your face in such a way that make your beard look fake. It's another good way to go.
More and more. Number 2, read at least a Bible verse a day.
Ah, further regiment yourself. Okay. Trump scares you. His behavior and his thumb on the nuclear button should concern everybody.
At least one verse. And I also encourage you to remember that verse. Try to carry it with you through the day. Memorize it, because when I'm in...
Isn't this blasphemy? This feels like ritual. You know, feels like a little bit like little bitch. Little bitual. Sounds like a little bitual. It sounds a little like witchcraft, is what I was trying to say.
A situation where I'm overwhelmed, I literally use scripture in my head, and God gives you peace immediately.
And shouldn't, right, what he's talking about is mental health exercises. Shouldn't most Christians be thinking about Christianity most of the time? Isn't like being devout, like really like talking about and being involved with Christianity? Like, I thought that's like a principle of the religion. Like you're supposed to spread the gospel, you know? So I mean, if you're not reading a verse when you have a question about a verse, then you're not being a good Christian. If you're not committing a verse to memory when you know that that verse is important to you, you're not being a good Christian, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. If I had children, Trump would scare me too. Yeah, for real, dude. For freaking real.
Number 3, pray honestly, not perfectly. He already knows what you're going through. He just wants you to go to him. He knows your heart. He wants you to be honest with him. Be honest in prayer. Tell him exactly what's bothering you and exactly.
This is kind of just assuming that people aren't being honest when they pray. Does this guy know there's literally a day in the week where you go to think about God? Yeah, but I mean, you're supposed to also be able to just rely on God for your relationship. I mean, having faith in God means that God hears you right at all times. He's like omnipresent, you know? I don't know. I think being able to talk to God at all times should be a key aspect of Christianity if it is not already. I'm pretty sure when you pray, you're opening up that God window, right? You know? It's actually good advice because a lot of Christians aren't being honest when they pray. I mean, prayer is just, I don't know, like, I'm sure that there are a lot of people who really believe that they are communicating their truth when they pray. I wouldn't say that that's the majority of why people do it. I wouldn't say that that's the largest reason why people do it. I think they do it to absolve themselves of shame. I think prayer is like a backhanded sort of, I don't know, thank you for my blessings so that I don't need to feel shameful for the things I should be guilty of. I don't know. It feels like an absolution exercise.
What you want healing with, and even ask for things.
But you know, like, I guess what the point I'm trying to make is that it's a tool like anything else. And you can use it to avoid accountability or you can use it to reinforce accountability. But it's really up to you what you do with it.
Do it.
You make that choice.
And number 4, remove things from your life that are taking you away from God.
Oh yeah, like Pokemon,
boyfriends, TV shows, dirty websites at the end of the night. Cut it all out. Remove it slowly.
Speaking from personal experience, I guess. You know that prostitution and dirty drawings and significant others were around during the days of the Christians, right? Like, I mean, they didn't really corrupt enough people to make it like endemic to Christianity. And what do things like art and self-expression engender? Could it be free thought? Could it be that people want to, you know, learn about the things that they're passionate about? Like, I don't know. Seems like you're just really going mask off when you start listing things that you believe are en masse corrupting others. A little bit of the self-report.
One by one, take them out of your life, and you'll realize and understand that God will replace those things with hope.
So, I mean, there are definitely psychological parallels to this rationale. The way that he's framing this problem is like you pray and you pray and you pray, but you don't hear anything, or there's something going on in your life that can only be helped through coming back to God, right? The whole idea is that you're reframing your issues. That's a psychological thing. That's not a God or religious thing. That's something that we do to defend ourselves against mental anguish. And so if you have to process the fact that you can't get a girlfriend or you can't get a boyfriend, he said he's admitting to being bi, because we all know that this motherfucker is talking about himself, okay? Oh, you sultry. You can see it only on the vertical mode right now, but I'm touching his lips in a very suggestive manner. You're just taking your issues and you're processing them in your conscious rather than your subconscious. That's what things like tarot do. Like when I do tarot on stream, that's what that is. It's just taking the stuff in your subconscious and it's allowing you to introspect and to do the self-exploration that you need to find the answer to whatever this mystery is that you're trying to figure out. There are absolutely ways that you can be addicted to these distractions and sacrifice all your time and your friends and your family just to hang out with this person. Sure, that's an addictive quality. The serotonin release that you get from having a significant other definitely helps with reinforcing that sort of Pavlovian response. Same thing with pornography. Like if you are a person who consumes pornography, then you are engaging in a serotonin release, and that reward keeps you coming back, especially if you're in a place in your life where you're depressed or anxious because you can't get a significant other, when you would be expressing yourself with them physically, if not for religion, during the course of your relationship. And you would then experience those serotonin hikes along with the companionship. That is ideally give and take, and not just someone being subservient to the other. A whole tree of issues, but I feel like I covered the ones that are relevant to to us today right now. But these are all psychological things. These are all just things that you could easily solve by going to a therapist and just having them help you like set an action plan for yourself.
Hope, joy, peace, comfort.
But this is why I say that not all religion is bad, because for some people, therapy will not help them. They will not accept that they are the ones that need to do the work. So, and religion does help. Religion presents them with an opportunity to have someone else help handle this issue. And so that's why I say, like, religion, as long as you're not forcing it on other people, as long as you're not using it to legislate rights away from people, doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It can be a way to sort through the things that you're trying to understand, or how to solve the mysteries of the world around you. Not exactly scientifically or empirically, but the way that works for you and that can give you peace of mind. However that is fulfilling for some people. It's not exactly for me, but that's just me.
Love, he will overwhelm you with his presence. This is important stuff to know, guys. This is about our salvation. We need to get this video out, save it, share it to people. We see video.
Yeah, nothing else of substance.
We want to be the dominant force.
Jesus Christ, why is that
like the Navy?
Goddamn Nick Fuentes.
If this offends you, good.
I guess that's what happens when you type in America First, right? Maybe just MAGA, right? But I feel like we always get too much of the anti-MAGA stuff. Like that's not what I'm looking for. I keep getting texts. Like, I told my wife that I will be unavailable because I use my phone to film. And I guarantee you it's her texting me. Ay, ay, ay. My wife. Is that a thing? Is that a thing anymore? I don't think that's a thing anymore. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I think that we've determined pretty well here that historically what people did it before we got good enough glasses. You know. Anywho, goddamn, you can be a lukewarm Christian. I support that. Please be lukewarm, okay, Christians? Please. I'm gonna go ahead and salute my flag. And I'm going to say thanks for sticking around, guys. I appreciate it. Tomorrow we're going to be doing, I think, just games. I think I've talked about what I wanted to talk about, which was really just to separate out MAGA stuff and... oh, God! Oh, Jesus! And religious stuff, and, you know, see what you guys thought about it. I think we got to a good answer. I got some obviously editable material. Angel Jimenez, Christianity isn't evil. You're right. The concept is usually not what the evil thing is. It's usually the people that pervert and twist those precepts that end up being evil. But also, I don't know. If only the Bible didn't justify slavery, then maybe people wouldn't consider it evil. I don't know. But with that, I bid thee farewell, guys. We'll be back again tomorrow. I don't know. We might play a game while talking about more of this stuff, but, you know, if you guys want to keep talking about Christianity, I guess I can be the Christianity goose. For at least the remainder of the week. I don't know if I want to just keep doing that, but I don't mind. Jesus is canonically a good guy. Well, what we know about Jesus is simply that it's possible he existed. We don't know much about him or what he did or his values, or that anything that it says in the Bible is actually correct. So, you know. Right, Angel, just like I said. It's always the person that determines whether or not the precept is evil. Yes, indeedy. All right. Tomorrow we start at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So I hope that, I hope you guys follow. I hope you guys like the podcast. I hope you guys like the stream, and I hope you guys stick around and stay tuned for tomorrow. And join the socials if you want. Linktree is somewhere. I guess it's not a surprise that the channel hasn't grown, because I don't care to actually market it, but you guys being here means a lot to me. So, yeah. Have a good one, guys. Thank you. Let's do this again sometime soon.